Good morning and happy hump day. Trial junkies arise. Hey, good morning, everyone. I see a couple people in the chat. I have both Law and Crime up and the WFAA. So we will go to live stream as soon as the judge comes in. He has not come in yet. Start off, so please hit that like button, hit that notification button, hit that subscribe button, all those good things. And I thought what we would do while we wait to go live is pull up the warrant that I didn't finish going through. So I'm going to do that now. A couple other housekeeping matters real quick. I will be switching ISPs this weekend, so hopefully we have a little better speed. In the meantime, while we're actually watching the court feed, I'm going to turn my video camera off. Tested that last night, and that seems to be working better. Morning, Cindy. Thanks for joining. Glad you could make it right for the whole thing today, and enjoy the workday. Hopefully you don't work too hard. And yes, again, Maddie, you win. First one in the chat. All right, let's pull up this warrant. And I'm blind, so let me pull it up a little bit better here. All right, we were getting down to the good stuff. We're on number 5 here. Before number 5, really basic warrant stuff. Setting, scene, location, jurisdiction, that fun stuff. All right, so number 5. Officer Dean then shined. Well, let's start with number 4 because I think that's what will make it flow better. Officer Dean, using his flashlight, checked the vehicles in the driveway and then proceeded to the backyard. That's shown in body cam. I don't think that's disputed at all. Officer Dean used his flashlight and opened the gate and entered the backyard. Yep. And I don't see any problem there. Officer Dean still had not announced his presence. And this is where I've seen the media going, clearly where the prosecution is going. He didn't announce his presence. Neither did the other officer. Now, let's remember, though, Officer Duran, I think that's her name, the officer that testified for about most of the day yesterday, testified that in an open structure call, they are trained not to announce their presence. This is for 2 reasons. One, when they're approaching someone's docile, someone's home, there's the possibility of domestic issues. So they see that as they don't announce themselves because they do not want a domestic partner to be able to harm the other individual before they enter. So that's one reason why they don't announce their presence. The second is if it is a burglar, they want to catch that burglar before that burglar has a chance to escape. Officer Dean then shined his light into the back window of a dark room and observed someone inside. Officer Dean gave orders to put your hands up, show me your hands, without identifying himself as a police officer. I'll give them that. I see that as a little bit of a problem. And fired his handgun one time through the window. The body cam video does not clearly see through the window due to reflection from the officer's Dean's flashlight. Okay, well, it's not the defense's job to prove a negative, remember, right? So there is certainly reasonable doubt. If you were to make the argument that Atatiana Jefferson didn't raise a gun, there would be certain reasonable doubt in that, and the body cam not showing the gun actually provides that reasonable doubt. we can go a step further and say it's fairly reasonable to say she probably did raise that gun, even though in the body camera evidence does not dispute that nor confirm that. Number 6, Anita Jefferson, who lived at said address, was shot, yelled out in panic, and fell to the ground. I don't think that's disputed. 7, officers then entered the residence to render medical aid. MedStar was notified, and Jefferson was pronounced deceased. There is no argument that former Officer Dean did not shoot and kill Atatiana Jefferson. The argument is that he did so in self-defense. So that is yet again not a disputed fact. Redacted, who is so this is gonna be Zion, who is Jefferson's 8-year-old nephew, was inside the same room as Jefferson at the time of the shooting. On Saturday, October 12th, 2019, Carr was interviewed by the child interview specialist, interview specialist Alliance for Children. 8, redacted, but we're going to assume again that is Zion, told Dula that he and Jefferson were playing video games in the back bedroom. Jefferson, that she also heard, Zion, this reaction's weird, but what this is saying is that Miss Jefferson told Zion that she heard noise coming from outside, and she took a handgun from her purse. Again, she is a concealed weapon permit holder, so I don't think there's an issue with her having a gun in her purse. Some may argue that from a gun safety perspective, probably not the best idea, especially with an 8-year-old around. The gun should probably be a little more secure than in a purse. But again, yeah, we're in Texas, and she did have a concealed weapon permit, so I don't see a huge issue there. Zion said Jefferson raised her handgun, pointed it toward the window, then Jefferson was shot and fell to the ground. I have a huge issue with this being charged based on the warrant. The warrant itself describes self-defense from the officer as testified by the only witness, and a witness who is not necessarily going to be favorable to the defendant or the accused in the warrant. 10, on Saturday, same date, I interviewed Officer Dort, and that's the officer, I'll remember her name at some point. That's the officer who testified yesterday. Officer Dart said that she and Officer Dean were dispatched to the address. Officer Dean said that they went into the backyard, and Officer Dean was standing between her and the house, and she could only see Jefferson's face through the window when Officer Dean discharged his weapon one time. So I went back and listened to this testimony twice, and have watched a little bit of media coverage on it. She said that she turned and looked and saw Miss Jefferson's face after the shot was fired, or when Officer Dean. Okay, so I guess the warrant's is accurate there, but that does not disprove that she had raised a weapon at all. She saw immediately at the time or right after the weapon was discharged. 11, Officer Dean declined to provide an interview on the date of the shooting. That absolutely cannot be held against him. Officer Dean's legal counsel said he would provide a written statement at a later date. Okay. Counsel, that's probably wise of his counsel. On October 14th, Officer Dean resigned from the police department and declined to provide a written statement. Context here. He was being drugged in the media. The Fort Worth mayor and his own police chief came out immediately and said this was an unjustified shooting. I too would not provide any more statement and would rely on my attorney to communicate with anyone that was needed. And again, this absolutely cannot be held against him. His account at the time of the shooting. Due to the aforementioned, I can read, I promise. Due to the aforementioned facts and information being related to me, related, I think he meant relayed to me as a result of this investigation, I have reason to believe and do believe that Aaron Dean, white male, date of birth, blank, did commit the offensive murder against the laws of the state of Texas as defined in the penal code. Let's go back to the aforementioned facts. Well, while this is a very tragic event, I did not read one statement in here. Well, I did. There is the statement of Officer Dean shot and killed Atatiana Jefferson, and admittedly did so. So on its face, that is murder. However, there are several statements within the warrant that disprove murder because of the justification of self-defense. I, just by reading the warrant, have a lot of issues with this even being charged. Now, unfortunately, this still doesn't answer the question that John and I have been trying to answer. Is this a murder 1 charge? Is this a murder 2 charge? And are there sometimes my brain just goes blank. Are there lesser includeds within the charging doc? I will continue to keep working on that, but again, wanted to go through that warrant as we started to yesterday, and wow, the warrant almost outlines the defense and why this shouldn't be charged. I continue to monitor streams. The judge has been coming in early. This trial is not supposed to start until 8 a.m. MST, 9 a.m. Central Time where they're at. But he's been coming in early every day, so I've been starting the stream early just to make sure that we don't miss anything. Today, it looks like they may be staying a little bit more on schedule. Just checking a couple of streams here. We have a few people here. Thoughts, comments on that warrant? Anyone disagree? It's perfectly okay to disagree with me here. And actually, again, I see this as super tragic. I have a huge problem with a police officer shooting. I put myself in the shoes, right? I have a huge problem with the thought that I could hear noises outside my house. I could grab my home protection weapon, which is a Glock 19, go to check out what happens because I have my home protection weapon in my hand. Well, I'm still in my docile that someone can shoot through the window and kill me. Huge problem with that. But based on the law, and also based on the idea that things are mutually exclusive, right? She had every right to have that gun. She had every right to protect her home. The officer may and likely did have every right to protect himself when he saw a weapon pointed at him. All right, I have a couple of thoughts here. So Kara is saying that she heard that he's facing a 5-99, um, which would be lesser charges an option in Texas. Excellent. See, that's why I asked the chat. Um, Kara, if you have like where you read that from, if you wanted to DM me that would be super awesome. But again, I trust you, and that would make the most sense to me. We'll certainly find out when it gets the jury instructions. I like to find these things out well before that, and I'll keep working on it. And actually, that gives me something to Google. Oh, looks like we're live. I'm gonna bring it up, and again, for those who weren't here, I'm going to bring my camera down, so you're gonna see my little avatar while we watch the live stream. Um, I'm having bandwidth issues. We'll be switching ISPs this weekend. Cox kind of sucks. Let's just put it that way. Awesome. Let's pull it up. Thank you, Kara. Everyone, I do have sound control today, so let me know if my mic needs to go down. I have sound boosters, so we can definitely bring up the sound on the stream. No one's talking yet, but as soon as they do, let me know. I don't know who this is. Oh, I bet she's Ernestine's wife. I'm gonna go out on a huge limb there and say that is. Oh, yeah. So, Kara, my Twitter handle is in the bio. It's at Travel Junkie Cole. I should say in the description. At Travel Junkie Cole. And while we're here, let me make sure I have my completely open. I meant to do that last night, and yeah, no, Kara, I just made sure my DMs are completely open. Give me a follow anyway, and I'll follow you back. But you should be able to DM without doing so. All right, and I think the bandwidth is holding pretty well here. Sound up. This judge is a very punctual judge. He says things start at 9 a.m. their time. We're 10 minutes early, and this is the latest we've been. The break, the 10:15 morning break, has happened within the time frame of 10:13 to 10:15 each day. And yesterday lunch was taken 1 minute early at 11:59. Hey, thanks so much, Kara. I'll read it as soon as I get a chance. And then I'll probably shoot it over to John so I can have him do exactly what 5-99 means. All right, audio should be coming up. I'm expecting either a medical examiner or a use of force expert next, but we shall see. Remember, yesterday we ended the day with James Smith, who's the neighbor who um, called because of the open structure. We didn't get as much out of him as I would think, either from the prosecution side or the defense side. And I mean, sometimes that's just the case. They don't have as much as you would think. I thought there would be more fireworks around what he said to the media, things like that, but also want to understand why the defense would have left that alone. We did get the very interesting testimony from him that he thought an officer was shot. His initial response, immediate response to hearing the gunshot, was an officer must have been shot. That's a pretty favorable fact, so to speak, fact/opinion coming from the witness in favor of Aaron Dean. All right, let's go, Judge. Bring that jury in. While we wait, please, please, please hit that like, smash that thumbs up button. That's going to be what helps me best with the algorithm. I want to bring more folks in so that we can get the channel monetized, and hopefully I can keep doing this for a long, long time. Hit that notification bell. And of course, if you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. My subscriber count on Monday morning, I think we got up about 40 by the end of the day Monday, and we're up to 85 today. So I can't thank you all enough for being here, hitting that subscribe button. I'll keep working to bring great content. Go over the attorneys real quick while we wait. On the prosecution side, we have Dale Smith, who's been in ADA at this same office for about 20 years. We also have Ashley Diener, who, from all I can tell, and I could be wrong. She may just not update her LinkedIn very often, and that's all I could find on her. Generally does misdemeanor cases, and is fairly new to the prosecution office. On the defense side, we have Miles Brissett, and we have Bob Gill. Bob Gill is a former judge. He's been a judge for like 25 years. And Miles has also been a criminal defense attorney for quite a while. He was also in the prosecutor's office as the chief prosecutor in the technical and forensics division. So we've seen him be quite methodical in his questioning, making charts and things like that as he goes. I think that may be the reason why. First witness is up. I will shut up.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good. I'm going to have a brief hearing today, okay, to talk a little bit about training. Yeah, okay.
Yes,
So how long have
5 years.
and have you for crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
This is
December
Vodire,
20
or
March
Vodire.
of 2018.
In the 5 years, have you been in crime scene the whole time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so how long have you been a Fort Worth police officer?
Close to 8 years.
So tell me about what would you call it?
A Leica scanner.
All right. So tell the judge what a Leica scanner is.
So a Leica scanner is a 3D imaging
Uh, oh,
device
bandwidth issues.
where we would elect to collect a scan. Cloud 3D world. Panoramic
Oh,
of the scanner. Over.
And when you scans at the scene, you're there at the scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were able to testify also that the Leica
Vodire.
scanner and what
That's how I say it. I don't know. I got myself confused. You're right. It's Vodire.
Yes, ma'am.
They are where they are on the scanner, just as you remember it at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you going to be testifying about any measurements regarding the Leica scanner?
No, ma'am.
And are you going to be testifying about any measurements at all?
No, ma'am.
All right. And have you been trained in how to operate Leica?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us.
Training period to be specific to the Leica scanner. As you are on probation in the crime scene unit, you are continuously evaluated on all of your work, and in my case, the scanner was included.
And have you testified before the area of crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you testified with the Leica scanner before?
No, ma'am.
Has the Leica scanner and that technology been utilized in district courts before?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to pass a witness for purposes of this hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, is it Van Gorkum? That's right?
Van Gorkum, sir.
Van Gorkum, my apologies.
Yes, sir.
Rosette's kind of hard to say sometimes. You were trained by a fellow crime scene officer on the.
Oh, go to the mic, man.
Yes, sir.
What's the error rate on the point cloud when it starts doing the million point percent?
At 50 meters, it's accurate to within 3 millimeters.
How do you calibrate it each time? Because it's, if I understand the system, there's a tripod that you have to set and you have to level it.
Yes, sir.
Go about leveling.
So there are leveling bubbles for what you actually calibrate on the device time you put it in a new location.
So let's break that down. The tripod has what I would call an analog bubble level.
Yes, sir.
You know what it sounds like?
Just one.
So we're only doing X and Y. Doing
It is a spherical bubble level, so it calibrates both of those.
Okay, so it's like around 1 inch.
This particular scanner does not. It is we manually have to do it. There is an LCD screen that gives us a readout, and it's essentially like lining up crosshairs.
What is the error rate on your ability to line that up and get it actually right?
I don't know, sir.
Would that be part of the training materials from Leica?
I don't know, sir.
When you were in your 2-week training, did you have training materials actually produced by Leica to be proficient in this gear?
There is a training manual in the office, sir. It was not specifically given to me in the training. It is available.
What was given to you for the 2-week training?
It was mostly scenario-based training, step-by-step instruction, field training.
Sure. Done in an office setting, I imagine you probably scanned crime scenes office more than once in your training day.
Yes, sir.
After you unhook, is it a 1/4-20 traditional tripod mount for this device, or is it bolt on some way different?
It is a completely unique tripod mounting system.
When you mount the camera on it, tell us who makes the camera.
It's an NC Tech. It's an iStar camera.
You're gonna have to help Lisa with that. How you spell it?
So NC Tech, TEC, and then iStar, like lowercase I, STAR.
And what kind of output does the iStar make?
It's a panoramic image.
Okay, what format does it come out in?
I'm not sure, sir.
If you're not sure the format it comes out in, how do you validate that it's accurately been recorded?
I view the image, sir, and if it is what I saw on scene,
Is there a hash value that is provided with the file as it comes off the system?
I'm not sure, sir.
Do you know what a hash value is for digital photographs or digital evidence?
No, sir.
You've been in crime scene for 8 years, and you deal with digital evidence on a regular basis?
5 years, sir, but yes.
Have you had, it was 5 years at the time, so 3 years at the time or 2 years at the time?
2 years at the time.
And when were you trained on the Leica before this event in October of 2019?
March of 2018.
If I were to, there are different ways to ensure that data, electronic data, if we have it in one file is moved over to another folder, there's algorithms to check if the whole file comes over. Much like an evidence.com body worn camera transfer.
It would be very nice if the attorney used to make
Letter that says this is what it was when it came off the camera. If it matches over here on the 4 PD server, you have exactly all the bits. Do you see any type of hash values for the stuff you did in this case?
I never
That's
saw
why I
it.
like podiums.
Once you upload it to the server, when you get back to the office, who handles the point cloud from there?
I did, sir.
So how do you validate everything you got off of, I guess it's a SD card?
It is. It was transferred directly from the memory on board the scanner, sir.
What type of memory is on board the scanner?
I don't know, sir.
How was that memory prepared before we scan?
We create a subfolder on the scanner with which all the data from that site is added.
And where I'm going with that type of stuff is memory, like on your Canon camera, we're still a Canon camera shop for crime scene photos, yes?
Yes, sir.
So where I'm asking on that question is, you format the hard drive like you have to format a memory card for your camera before each use, so we know that only the data from that is in there and there's no corruption, since we don't have a hash value.
No, sir, we don't do that.
How did you go about transferring the data from the hard drive on the device to your computer or server at the police department?
It is an Ethernet transfer, so plug into the back of the computer, plug into the device, and it transfers directly from the device onto the desktop.
What about this star?
I wish my Ethernet transfer was working better.
And I think I asked this, but we don't know if there's a hash value for those either.
Correct, sir.
And we don't know if it comes in JPEG, PNG, or RAW, correct?
Correct, sir.
Hang on, what's that noise? Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Is that noise, never mind, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Persett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once this data is stored on crime scene secure server, are there any validation or verification methods inside the City of Fort Worth Police Department to ensure that the files there is not compressed by Fort Worth IT Solutions?
I don't know that, sir.
You know what the security measures are around the file when it's stored on your server?
I know only specific people have access to the server where the file is stored.
Are there audit trails, the software that you have to use to process this so we can see a complete audit trail work and what has been done on this point cloud or file from the software?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
And because we don't know for sure, audit trails, because you're doing forensic expert work at this point, those are traditionally turned over in discovery. Did you prepare any audit trails for the software you use to process this exhibit?
No, sir, I did not.
What software, make, model, and version did you use to process this exhibit?
I used a software called Leica, or I'm sorry, Cyclone. I do not know the model, sir.
So we don't, it's Cyclone, is it just called Cyclone?
Yes, sir.
We don't know what version or rev number of the software it is?
Correct, sir.
And what kind of file does it output?
I don't know the file type, sir. It is a unique file type.
Who the hell cares what file type it is?
You're gonna offer an exhibit, I would assume, in front of the jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that have this unique file type that you don't know on it?
Yes, sir.
How does that unique file type that you don't know on the DVD display?
So the file type put out by Cyclone, I don't know that file type. The exhibit I will be presenting is a TrueView, and that is the file type, is a TrueView.
Hey, thanks so much, Wombat. That's so nice.
So once all the scan data is input
Hope you have a great day.
Cyclone, it is optimized using their software. It does give an error rate. I do not know what that is. All, in this case, 15 individual scans are combined into a single scan world. And then the panoramic images are meshed on top of that scan world. Once that is done, we can export it as a TrueView. It's like saving as a different type of file almost, but you are creating a.
He does sit still when he's not talking. He moves a lot when he's talking.
And overlay the panoramic image over the individual point clouds.
Kind of like a layering effect,
Similar, yes, sir.
similar like Photoshop layering then?
I'm not familiar with Photoshop, sir.
You've never used Photoshop, man?
And the trainer aspect that you talked about with the prosecutor, do you know if the trainer who trained you was certified by Leica to operate?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever taken any proficiency tests with Leica to operate their equipment?
No, sir.
They offer a certification program, do they not?
I don't know, sir.
Cyclone software, have you received any specialized training from the manufacturer of Cyclone software to use their software?
No, sir.
I assume then you haven't taken any.
There's a lot I don't know is for voir dire, but
That's correct.
I have a feeling the judge will still admit or allow him to test, qualify him as an expert.
That outputs a TrueView file. Is TrueView a software program or is it a file type only?
Both, sir.
Have you had any training in TrueView?
Yes, sir.
Is that trainer training as well?
Yes, sir.
No specialized crime scene classes around the country or anything like that?
Correct, sir.
No in-service at Fort Worth?
Correct, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the the witness.
Free, right?
No, I do not have anything further for him.
Any objection?
Yes.
Go.
State has not met the prongs of Daubert for forensic science evidence at this point. We object to the admission of any exhibit that they can for camera system.
That objection's overruled, and we have a running objection.
Objection is overruled. He's coming in.
Is this
Knew that was going to happen.
State's Exhibit 3?
It's going to be State's Exhibit 3, yes, Your Honor.
That your objection to State's Exhibit 3 is overruled, and you may have a running objection to State's Exhibit 3.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready.
Hey guys, I'm going to switch feeds. Well, the jury's coming in. From a technical point, I don't believe or know how that would happen, but it seems to be true. So I'm going to switch real quick. I'm going to also try to volume boost while we're out.
What do you want? You want a job that I don't hate? Want to do something that matters?
Let's see how this goes. I have a good feeling about it, to be honest. Let's see if we can keep this at a little better quality here too.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify. Ms. Diener,
The state calls James Van Gorkum.
you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, thank you. Turn to the jury and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. My name is James Gorkum. I'm a police officer with the Fort Worth Police Department, currently assigned to team search.
How long have you been with Fort Worth?
8 years.
What did you do before you were with Fort Worth?
I was a student and I worked at Target.
Okay, all right. And so your time with Fort Worth for the last 8 years, tell me about what particular.
Guys, is that
division
too loud now?
I was assigned to the patrol division in Central Division and then crime scene.
And what made you want to go from patrol to crime scene?
I was always interested in that kind of work. I feel like I'm more technically inclined and the level of detail
You'd been in the crime scene unit
Sorry, volume change did that.
at this point or right now,
at this point in the present.
5 years.
And so back in October of 2019, how long have you been in crime scene?
Just under 2 years.
All right. And so tell us about the additional training that you have to go through in order to be in the crime scene unit.
So once you are accepted into the crime scene unit, you go through a 4-month field training program with several different crime scene officers. It ranges from scenario-based or lab-based training all the way to just observational training. You work the call while your trainer observes, and if they see things that need to be addressed, they address them. It culminates in what we call a ghost phase, where your trainer is purely an observer, and at the end of your work offers corrections or additional advice, things that you can change. Once I completed that, I did an additional 2 weeks of training with the Leica 3D scanner.
What is the Leica 3D scanner?
The Leica 3D scanner is a digital imaging device that uses a panoramic camera and a laser to create points in space and a 3D model of the scene or wherever we are.
So we're going to get a 3D model.
To measure certain locations from one point to another.
Yes, ma'am.
For purposes of today and what was done in this case, did you do any measurements, or did the Leica scanner do any measurements?
No, ma'am.
Did it purely just scan the crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you actually go out to the crime scene off 1203 East Allen Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did you go out there, sir?
That was October 12th, ma'am.
And 1203 East Allen Avenue, what city is that in?
Fort Worth.
Is that in Tarrant County, Texas, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time did you get called out to the crime scene?
I was dispatched at about 5 a.m. and arrived on scene shortly after.
And when you got there, were there other officers still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other crime scene officers there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember what other crime scene officers were there?
Yes, ma'am. It was Crime Scene Officer Valderas and Crime Scene Officer Bain.
Do you know what their purpose for being there? What were they doing?
They were the primary crime scene investigators, ma'am,
So why were you called to the scene in addition to them?
purely to collect scan data for the scene.
And so tell us how you actually do that. How do you do a scan?
Our coffer is back.
But the light utilizes a laser that shoots over 1 million times a second and creates individual points in space. Those points come together to form a cloud, which the cloud itself forms a 3D model of the scene. The way we accomplish that is at various locations within the scene, we will set up a tripod with the scanner on top. Once the thing, it spins in a circle, shooting that laser out millions of times and creates the 3D model space. Once that is collected, the scanner is removed from the tripod and our panoramic camera is placed on top without moving tripod or anything, and a panoramic image is collected from the exact same location.
So does it allow for it to be basically kind of bring the jury into the crime scene as much as we can?
Yes, ma'am.
And has the Leica scanner and this technology been used before in other district courts?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you testified before as a crime scene officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Few or many occasions, sir?
A fair amount, ma'am.
Okay, all right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a hand that's been pre-marked with State's Exhibit 3. Does that appear to be a disc that contains the Leica scan for this particular case?
I think Miss Diener has
You
done
remind me and have
every
the opportunity
direct
to go
except
over
for
what the actual scan
Zion.
is and look at the photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene that you remember as well as the Leica scan?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd offer State's Exhibit 3, and this has been previously provided to them as well.
Any objections other than those previously stated?
No further objections, just guidance on the court on how we're going to publish this.
Well, and Your Honor, we've transferred it over to the desk file for purposes of this, for publishing to the jury.
I reserve my intentions to displayed under the
100% agree.
Go back to your member room.
Judge has no idea what he's talking about, so he's just
I'm
gonna
now going to
overrule
show
it.
you State's Exhibit 20 through 23, and then State's Exhibit 28 in order to 68. And if you'll just look at those for me.
Cindy, I think you might be right. My memory sucks sometimes. So she's been doing slightly more technical direct exams. The other prosecutor has been doing the slightly more emotional, high touch. His name's Dale Smith. The slightly more emotional, slightly more high touch directs. And clearly, folks are right about the long crime. This is a higher quality pulling through and much smoother. That's interesting. They must very interesting. We'll just have to make sure we take them down, but commentators come on, but that's okay. I personally like the idea of them doing a 3D model like this, opposed to making the jury go out to the crime scene.
Crime scene as you remember it from that night.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, for purpose of the record, it's 20, 21, 23, and then 28 through 68, all in order. I'm going to offer all of those exhibits. And these have also all been provided.
Your Honor, I understand they've given us discovery, but I haven't seen a mark. Can I look at it?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, State's Exhibit 20 and 21 and 22 is already in evidence, already been admitted.
I have 22 admitted, but I don't have 21 or 23.
Oh, okay.
One-
So just 22, that's what the gap is between 20, 21, and 22.
Correct, correct.
And taking some witness on board, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
He says full dyer. Man, they've vordeered every witness. That's kind of that's not that normal. I mean, obviously, except for like the eyewitness.
That's correct.
These are all Darris and crime scene photos that you were out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
States 63 and 67. Do you know at the time that former officer Dean discharged the residence, the interior lights were on
I do.
in the residence in the room of issue?
I do not know, sir.
So 63 and 67 may not be a fair and accurate depiction at the time of the event. All these photos are post the time of the event, correct?
Yes, sir. It's fair and accurate to when I was on scene.
Okay. Judge, we don't have any further objection to this fact.
All right, so State's Exhibits 20 and 21, and 23, and then 28 through 68 are admitted.
It's okay. I'm going to, permission to publish those?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Metal switch.
So I have court boosted, which would make it really odd. I'd definitely turn my mic up a bit.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so State's Exhibit 20, we're looking at the front, the outside of 1203 East Allen. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can see State's Exhibit 20, there appears to be, and I'm just going to use a laser for purpose of the record, crime scene tape around the very front. And we also see there appears to be a white car, is that right, in the driveway?
I thought we were getting a 3D model here.
Now, State's Exhibit 21, what is this?
This is looking down the western edge of the home.
Come on, camera guy.
We're walking up to this house, coming from that red building, walking across. If you look to the left, if you're looking at the house, you're going to see that there's a fence in the backyard. Is that right? At least to the side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 22, what is this?
A photograph looking at the eastern side of the house.
And now coming into view, there appears to be a darker vehicle that's also parked in that driveway. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And for purposes of the record, in State's Exhibit 22, the white car and then the darker colored car that's parked in the driveway, are they actually facing each other, which would be nose to nose? There's space between, but they're facing each other. Is that right?
Ma'am.
And now what are we looking at State's Exhibit 23?
So this is the open lot to the east of the residence.
Thanks to the camera guy, we're not seeing anything.
Right, to the east of 1203 East Allen.
Yes, ma'am.
Now where are we in State's Exhibit 28?
We are standing inside of the living room kitchen area of the home, looking down the central hallway.
Come on, cameraman.
And State's Exhibit 29.
We've moved further north down the hallway to the bedrooms located on the northern end of the house.
Why is he trying to
So
get
when you were doing the
a great shot of the
live scan,
witness
are you
when
going into
they're
the
showing
room
images?
to take the scans?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 30, what is that?
We have panned the camera to the right to show another room that there's a bathroom located next to the bedroom.
And State's Exhibit 31, where are we?
This is the bedroom at the northeast corner of the home.
Dude, show the
Exhibit
pictures.
32.
We are along the northern wall of that bedroom, standing over the deceased.
Why is it important?
I'm gonna have to hire my own camera crews.
And in your case, take the Leica scan of the positioning of the body of the deceased.
Oh, that's why. It's the body of the deceased. I take it all back.
So photographs are a major component of that. And the scan is becoming imperative too. Sometimes positionings of bodies and things can indicate certain things. I'm not sure in this case if it was.
And are you given a pretty small amount of information when you go out to a scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're just taking photographs of everything you possibly can. And from a crime scene perspective, when photographs are taken, they're just trying to take as many photographs as they can, not knowing yet what may be important later.
Correct.
All right, State's Exhibit 33 is just a different view of some items that were by Tatiana's body.
Yes, ma'am.
And 34, tell us what that yellow thing is right there that says number 2 on it.
That is a number placard. It is an evidence marker.
And now State's Exhibit 35, what is that?
The deceased's face.
State's Exhibit 36, what is that?
The deceased's right shoulder and chest.
State's Exhibit 37, what is that?
The deceased's left side.
Take it all back. I'm super glad we're not seeing this.
The left side, as well as some additional numbers, those placards 3 and 4. What is the purpose of those 3 and 4?
There are additional evidence markers.
And State's Exhibit 39, is that her left hand?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 40, what is that?
It is another shot of her left hand.
And State's Exhibit 41, is that now a photograph of her right hand, or right arm rather?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 42, right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
and 43 on the top of her right hand, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
44, what are we looking at?
We are standing in the living room looking at the front doors to the residence.
And State's Exhibit 45, what is that?
It is a photograph of a firearm on top of a box. Oh, sorry. It is a photograph of a firearm sitting on top of a box by the front door.
State's Exhibit 46,
It is a close-up photograph of that same firearm.
47.
Another angle of that firearm.
I'm going to go back just for a second. So 45, and then we zoom in a little bit closer, 46 and 47. Why is it important to take photographs of the various different parts of the gun?
We tried to document the state of the firearm when it was recovered. Was it loaded? Was it even capable of firing to the extent of our knowledge? Also for documentation so we can identify it later.
Are there unique identifiers on guns that can help us identify them later?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
A serial number.
And State's Exhibit 48, what is that?
That is a close-up photograph of an attachment at the front end of the firearm.
And 49, is that just the other side of the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
And now on State's Exhibit 48, I can see that there appears to be an unfired cartridge right here. Was that found with the gun, to your knowledge?
I don't know, ma'am.
But photographs were taken of it that were at least close to, or looks like right on the gun.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 50, what are we looking at?
This is the front or south-facing door.
51, what is that?
The door frame of that same door.
Why is it important for crime scene officers to document the condition of doors and door frames for offenses?
It allows us to document whether there were obvious signs of forced entry.
Was there any obvious signs of forced entry?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 52, now we can kind of see that white car a little bit more. Tell me what we're looking at here.
So this is the carport on the eastern side of the residence. We're looking toward the detached garage in the backyard.
This object that we see here, State's Exhibit 52, I'm going to circle kind of to the middle bottom. What is that?
It looks like lawn equipment, weed eater.
And does the lawn equipment or the weed eater, does it also have a cord that appears to be coming from it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now, looking here on State's Exhibit 53, where are we?
We are standing on the carport sill looking at the second door, which would be on the eastern side of the residence.
54.
Inside of the living room looking at that same door.
Were there any obvious signs of damage or tampering to the side door from what you can tell?
No, ma'am.
55. Where are we here?
Standing near the white car looking to the north towards the detached garage.
And 56, is that just another view of that darker car towards the house from the empty lot?
Yes, ma'am.
57, just another view of the car, that second dark. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we looking at?
So looking at the
I want to go back just 1 second to ask you about, are you able to see, and if you can't, that's all right, but we see that there's a weed eater of some sort. Can you tell what this item is behind the chair?
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So keeping on the right side of the house, now we go into State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
So we are standing at the front of the detached garage, looking to the west into the backyard through the gate.
And is the gate open?
Yes, ma'am.
And there appears to be an orange cone. Why is there an orange cone there?
Orange cones are sometimes used to mark evidence before a crime scene arrives so that it isn't overlooked or forgotten about before we can mark it.
Next Exhibit 60, is this just now looking the other direction? Better picture of the bike just to the right of that darker colored car.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 61, a view of the outside looking into the backyard with the gate open. Can you tell which way that gate opens? Does it open towards you or going the different direction?
It opens outward, so towards the camera in this photo.
62. Where are we now?
So we are standing in the backyard looking at the northern side of the home.
Just want to give a huge shout out to Ebby. Ebby helped me last night with the bandwidth issues, and that's what's helping us this morning.
As the
Thank you so much,
crime
Ebby.
scene officer, I believe Valderas, you said he's standing right here outside of the gate. The gate is open at this point. Are you able to see on State's Exhibit 61, at the very top of this window, if you were standing outside of the gate?
It appears so, ma'am.
And the gate's the same height all the way across. So even if that door is shut, the gate door is shut, you can still see the top of that window. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and State's Exhibit 63 and 62, a backyard picture facing those windows, and State's Exhibit 63, does that just appear to be with no light, no flash?
Yes, ma'am.
64, now we see there's the cone, but there's also a number 5 placard. What's that for?
That's another evidence marker.
And 65, is that just a closer up view of that number 5 evidence marker?
Yes, ma'am.
What can you see in State's Exhibit 65? What is that item, number 5?
It is a fired cartridge casing.
State's Exhibit 66, is this just a closer up view of that window?
Yes, ma'am.
67, does that give us a better perspective as far as being dark outside, no flash being used?
Correct.
And 68, what is that?
An even closer view of the hole in the window.
And are we able to see in all these last few exhibits, 66, 67, and 68, that the blinds appear to be drawn at least halfway or so inside the bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now permission to publish State's Exhibit 3, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, the State's Exhibit 3, now this life scan of the house. You have a stylus up there just like I do on the screen. Will you start taking us through the crime scene?
I'll
and
check
give
it out
us your
ASAP, Maddie.
perspective of what it looks like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
All right. And so we can see there appears to be an object over in the bottom left. What is that?
That is what we call a NIST pole. That is our known standard. So the measurement between those two targets is a calibrated standard, and that helps us calibrate our measurements on the machine.
And so take us around just the exterior and show the jury. So we have a lot of police cars. And now her house comes into view. All right. Now it's daylight outside at this point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you get out there. All right.
That's not helpful.
So take us through the next point. Take us through inside the house. Now inside, we did that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And take us over to the left a little bit. All right, we come into view. We can see there's, looks like a TV of some sort, kitchen. Okay. And we can see these little red dots that are in the background. What are those for? Red circles.
So each of those red circles represents the location where an individual scan was collected.
All right. Take us to the next area, if you will, or the next, yeah. Okay. Okay, so just a different perspective now looking towards the doors. Taking us down the hallway here in just a second. And let me ask you, yeah, I'll let you, there you go. Going down the hallway of the house, does there appear to be some additional doors or rooms to our left a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, continue taking us down the hallway. And now looking into Atatiana's bedroom, let's go into her bedroom. And now inside of her bedroom, there appears to be a TV over there to the right, and then there appears to be a computer desk over there as well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's two gray dots out on the window. What is that?
So those are video tags, those are inputs that we were able to put into the TrueView that are photographs from the crime scene.
Right? And then take us to those two that are on her body.
Hey, all, we're getting more and more people coming in, which
Okay.
means you're all hitting that like button. Certainly appreciate it. If you haven't, please do so.
And what does that appear to be on placard number 2, sir?
An unfired cartridge.
All right, and so let's go out of her room. And go back into the living room. And let me ask you a question, if you will. Just scan us around into the living room for a second. Now,
The house doesn't look nearly as
appear to be,
disturbed when you're actually inside of it. You know, the word ransacked was used. It doesn't look
All right.
ransacked when you look
Have
at
you
from this
seen in your
perspective.
time with crime scene
From that
as a
angle
law
in the
officer
body
for
cam,
8 years,
looking into the
have you
window,
been into houses
it's
that
totally
have
different.
been messy or dirty before?
Yes, ma'am.
Fewer many occasions.
Many times.
All right. Have you been into houses that have been ransacked before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, that's awesome.
You-
I'll take
Have
it.
you, in your experiences, seen a difference between a messy house and a ransacked house?
That's hard to answer, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me why it's hard to answer.
I have been in houses that I have found out were ransacked that looks messy, and I've also been in houses where that's just how the house was. So it's hard for me to make. any
I
kind of
don't like this because
statement.
Sure.
it really
All right,
only
now
matters. The
outside.
officer's perspective is really all that matters.
And if you will, real quick, let's go back to the right just a little bit. So you can see now it gives the jury a little bit more perspective. There's this big open lots, and then keep going over to the right just a little bit. And we can see, keep going just a little bit. We can start to see these houses. There's a couple different houses that are across the street. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
And-
So take us back.
And
going back to the
remember,
driveway.
Zion's grandma was very ill,
Okay, let's go down the driveway. into
which
the
also
backyard.
makes keeping a perfect house more difficult. The angle that looking in the window from
Let me
Officer
stop you real quick.
Steen's
So
perspective,
right there, this
He-
view
it-
looking
it
at this
looked
white
ransacked.
car, are we able to see this object that appears to be to the right of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
A lawnmower.
Okay. And so continue on to down the driveway to the backyard. Okay, and turn over a little bit to the left there. Okay. And so now we're able to see here that we've got this gate wide open here, but standing outside the backyard, you see the top of the window. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so take us in the backyard. Okay. Now go over in front of the window. There appears to be two objects on the ground, and then there's also a placard for evidence. What are those two objects? Can you tell?
I believe they are gloves.
Okay. And now click on the object that we see is marked with the crime scene placard. Does that appear to be that fired casing that we've seen earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And will you click on the 2 points that we see on the window?
oh, so they were in the backyard when they shot.
And that's that photograph we've seen earlier.
I missed that.
And that's just a different view a little further away of that window. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So when you went out to the crime scene and you did all of these scans, what is the next thing that you did after you completed all the scans?
So once we are done collecting scan data at the scene, we transport all the equipment back to the office, and then I transfer from the device onto our computer office all the data that was collected and input that into a program called Cyclone.
And then at some point, is that file given over to our office so that we can see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that's pretty much all you had to do in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did I ask you to bring evidence with you yesterday in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 111, States Exhibit 113, States Exhibit 96, States Exhibit 106. So let's start with 113 and 111. On 111, does that appear to be, well, all of these exhibits, but 111, does that appear to be one of the envelopes that you brought with you yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you get States Exhibit 106, 96, 113, and 111?
It was checked out from the property room.
Okay, explain to us what the property room is.
So the property room is the designated evidence storage area for the city of Fort Worth. It is a secure location that allows us to custody over a period of time of evidence items. They are the custodial entity for evidence in Fort Worth.
Who has access to the property room?
To the evidence storage area of the property room,
Correct. Where they okay.
only staff for the property room.
And so whenever you look at, did you have to check those items and sign for those?
Yes, ma'am.
And whenever you brought them here to the court, did we then go through and open each one of those items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Are items inside of those boxes and envelopes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did all of those items, including the boxes, do they today appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as when you brought them yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
And did I actually ask you, the evidence so that we could access each one of these boxes and envelopes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before you did that, were they all sealed up, evidence tape, and had different markings?
I'm in court.
I'm going to ask you about showing the jury, just look inside of one here to be, which would be 108, 109, and do all appears raw.
Oh, stop lagging.
States Exhibit 96. Exhibit 97. That's the side of 98. Which is going to be 99 through 105. Do those all appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a unique number that is assigned to each and every incident as far as number?
8768.
And is that the same number that is on the outside of States Exhibit 96?
Yes, ma'am.
The same number that is it's on the outside, 111 and 1.
Yes, ma'am.
We looked inside of 111 and 113 without showing those to the jury.
You have gloves.
Haven't turned anything down, but I think we're hitting some bandwidth issues. Might drop quality. I hope not. That's impressive from what we've seen in other trials.
So now to State's Exhibit 111, the contents, which is 112, State's Exhibit 113, and the contents, which is 114. Do those all appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as when you brought them yesterday?
Yes. Ma'am.
So y'all, I'm dropping quality. So hopefully that fixes the lag. So,
Firearm, sir, is that considered a deadly weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
And shooting a bullet through a window, is that considered an act fairly dangerous to human life, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Is pointing a loaded firearm at a Fort Worth police officer considered aggravated assault on a public servant in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Is that
Yes, sir.
under your general orders? Is deadly force available if you're met with deadly force as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And any means necessary as part of the general orders when it talks about deadly force, correct?
I'm not sure of the specific verbiage, sir.
Okay. We had a chance outside the presence of the jury to visit a little bit. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I forgot to ask you, there's general orders, but when you get selected, it's a competition to get into crime scene, correct?
It's an application process. Yes, sir.
You have a basic peace officer license in Texas. The jury heard about TCOL certifications for communication.
that's a good point, Maddie. I'll look into that.
There's also one for peace officers such as yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
What level of peace officer?
Dave Val got
Advanced.
Can you take the members of the
pushed
jury
back again, though.
through the levels?
Yes, sir. The first level, which is upon graduating from the academy, is a basic peace officer. You later, after time and continuing education hours, can earn the intermediate level, and then after that is the advanced level. The final level is master.
And to be part of crime scene, you have to have some advanced crime scene classes once you're selected or get in, either before or after. You have to have the same type of advanced classes for intermediate level TCOL, do you not?
We do not require intermediate crime scene, but everybody does take it once they come into the unit.
And that helps you get your intermediate peace officer certification as well, because you're checking the box off, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prosecutor asked you on direct about what information you have when you get to a scene. When you're called out to a crime scene, whether it's a burglary of a habitation.
If you go to the AZ one, Maddie, let me know. I'm in Gilbert. We could work something out where we cover it together.
Yes, sir.
Who did you take your briefing from in this case?
Officer Bain, crime scene officer.
Officer Bain, and there's another crime scene, senior crime scene officer, last name of Lee, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You paired up with Lee, and Valderas was paired up with Bain.
Correct.
You're not rookies anymore on the street, but once you go back into crime scene, you kind of have that yellow rookie stripe on the back of your stuff for a while, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You got a 1-year probationary period.
Yes, sir.
During that 1-year period, are there different stages like there are for being a rookie on patrol? So there's a start off stage where you're an observer.
That would be more during the actual field training. The 1-year probation starts at the end of that field training. You are 100% working calls on your own. Any high degree, like high offense level or intense scene, a senior officer will come out with you.
So you have that's really crime scene FTO.
Yes, sir.
You have crime scene FTO, then once you're cut loose and the sergeant over crime scene says you're good to go, you have another year of probationary period to stay in the unit.
Yes, sir.
You have to give the city of Fort Worth a commitment of time that you'll stay in the unit based on the money they're going to spend on your training.
No, sir.
During October the 12th, 2019, were you still in this crime scene FTO?
I don't know if he's going to try to
No, sir.
attack his credibility, but I don't really know if
No,
there's
sir.
Help me understand.
a reason to do it.
So my probationary period began March of 2018, ended March of 2019. So several months before this incident. Officer Lee went with me because when we deploy the scanner, it is typically a 2-man operation.
In addition to general orders for the city of Fort Worth, does the Fort Worth crime scene unit have what they call standard operating procedures or SOPs?
Yes, sir.
Are they treated in your world just like general orders?
Yes, sir.
They describe how crime scenes supposed to do certain things. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And they use the word shall sometimes, and in this building, shall equals must. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Officer Bang, without going into it, gave you a briefing. Was Valderas, to your knowledge, because it's a tight, small unit crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
As big as Fort Worth is, you guys need more resources, right?
Yes, sir.
Completed the budget. We need more resources for crime scene.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, like on this case, your SOPs say, since it's a critical police incident, the crime sergeant, if they're on duty, you're waking them up.
Yes, sir.
The chief of police has been woken up. There was a lot of rank out there when you got to the scene. Would you agree with that?
I don't recall.
Was Valderas still in this crime scene field training officer program, or was he out because Bain was with him?
I believe he was still in field training, sir.
Did Valderas start behind you in the unit?
Yes, sir.
Once you got your briefing, you're able to ask whoever's giving you the briefing for what you're supposed to do additional information, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your period of time, was Lee your training officer when you were in the field, or did you have multiples for crime scene?
Multiple, but Officer Lee was not my training officer at any point.
For all the multiple officers you had, you're welcome to ask them questions at any time if you need additional help.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's cool, Matty.
If they see
Yeah, I'm in,
something wrong, they
I'm
call
like
you
at
inside and say, hey, what about this?
Warner and Greenfield
Correct, sir.
They're
and
challenging
Gilbert.
you 'cause you want the best
Yeah,
evidence.
I wish I would have got more into the Jody Arias case.
Yes, sir.
When you walk up, you have to make, is crime scene, you have to make an initial scene assessment on any scene to see if it's safe for you to be in the facility, the property, what.
Yes, sir.
On your initial scene assessment, you came up in the early morning hours and it was still dark.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell from walking up to the residence whether the residence had a rear entry door?
No, sir.
Could you tell if it had a gate that opened up into the back property? If there was an alley from walking up from the addressable or the street side, front side?
No, sir, I could not.
So whether or not there's signs of forced entry on the 2 doors up front, if you're supposed to secure and observe if there's forced entry around the building, somebody still has to go to the back to check on a call for an open structure. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor asked you if you could see a window when you got to the gate. Do we know what height your camera was at and what its field of view is on the lens? Because it's got a pretty wide angle, does it not?
It can, yes, sir.
You know what the angle was set at to be able to see that window standing outside and what the distance was from the gate when you had that image?
So the photograph I did not collect, but for the scan, no, sir, I do not know.
We don't know. You know how tall Officer Dean is?
No, sir.
You know how tall his body camera was at the time, where it was mounted on his body?
No, sir.
You had an occasion to spend a lot of hours inside the scene, because it takes a while to scan, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Did we have any malfunctions with the scans that it behaved like it was supposed to?
Yes, sir.
I noticed from looking at Stakes Exhibit 3 that you were able to get your tripod back into, there's a dead corner in the kitchen, L-shaped corner in the kitchen back to the stove if you're looking at the stove. You were able to get your scanner all the way back there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any issues with taking photos from that area, they would be able to get back there. You could get the tripod that they could get back.
Yes.
In
So it could have been
your field,
someone in the backyard.
you're trained on bunch of stuff, not just working on residential or a structure. You're taught that if it happens, you have to handle it.
Yes, sir.
You got to figure out a way to process it, whether it's a dumpster or whether it's a structure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a term of art in crime scene called layering an area or a room?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what it is to layer? There's many ways to do it in a field where you grid it off with string and stakes and you work sections. But for a room, let's focus on layering just for a room. Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
So my understanding is when layering a room, you document it as is, and then you can start becoming intrusive in different parts, opening cabinets, refrigerators, things like that, looking in, because you've already documented the original state of those objects. Once you've documented original states, you can move objects.
This is just a crime scene investigator.
Or full pieces of
He
furniture.
put together
Additionally,
that kind of
You can
3D rendering of the
section
scene.
off certain
the
parts
next
of the
day.
room and deal with those at each time to basically
This is the defense
compartmentalize
cross.
the scene, to make it easier to process and easier to understand at a later date.
And for the jury's benefit, there, at some point on a homicide, a Tarrant County medical examiner district death investigator has to arrive to take possession of the deceased. Is that correct?
If they're still on the scene, yes, sir.
And at the time stands from what the state published on the big screen here in the courtroom, Ms. Jefferson's body was still in the room.
Yes, sir.
Were you there when the death investigator arrived?
No, sir.
Do you know, you mentioned couch cushions. You've seen the crime scene photos from Valderas that the couch, the sectional couch in the living room looked like it was layered. Somebody had moved the cushions in some of the photos.
I don't recall. I'd have to see the photos again, sir.
Do you know if any layering, searching of the debris, the items that was in the area, the room where the shooting took place, if anybody went through and processed more than just the area?
The one bad thing about not being
I
on
do.
camera is that you all couldn't see my face when I read this one.
Does your scanner have the
Nice,
capability
Maddie.
of also scanning the ceiling when it's scanning?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you've watched Officer Dean's body worn video or not, but there's audio on it. That would be typical for an Axon camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
I heard what appears to be a smoke detector going off. Was that still going off? A 1 minute chirp? Did you ever isolate or figure out when you were in the room? Because you were probably in there the longest of where that chirp was.
I don't recall, sir.
Would your scan show us the room had smoke detectors we could look at later?
It should, yes, sir.
Any notes or observations? That didn't catch your attention.
No, sir. It's
Observations about the structure of those storm doors? Was it glass or was it screen? Or you don't know, or both?
I don't know, sir.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you, officer. Pass the witness.
Pretty rough.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Was she wear glasses in any of them?
No objection from the state.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who do you have next?
State calls Detective Roloff with Forward Police Department.
All right.
Again, I didn't get much out of that.
Sure. Yes. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God. I do. Absolutely. Effect says you can't in court unless you testify. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay? Yes, sir. Mr. Smith.
Detective, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Detective Doug Roloff with Department.
And could you speak up just a little bit?
That was operator error on the judge.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Judge. Let's try that again. Sound check.
Detective Doug Roloff with the Fort Worth Police Department.
Detective Roloff, how long have you been with the Forward Police Department?
31 years.
And what all jobs have you had in those 31 years?
I worked patrol for the first 12 years, zero tolerance part of that. Promoted to detective in 2003. Worked South CIU, which is general assignments, for 5 years, and came to major case for the last 14 years.
You a certified peace officer?
Yes, sir.
What's it mean to be a certified peace officer?
Go through academy, take a state test to get certified that you follow the state required minimum requirements to become a police officer.
And what is your current duty assignment?
Detective,
And where are you assigned?
major case.
And what is Fort Worth major case?
Major case investigates officer-involved shootings, in custody death, kidnappings, murder for hire, high-dollar fraud, some theft cases, and anything else the chief thinks that we need to investigate.
Were you a part of the major case division back in October of 2019?
Yes, sir.
On October 12th, 2019?
Yes.
And as part of that division, were you assigned to work on a officer-involved shooting involving Officer Aaron Dean?
Yes, sir.
And did you go out to the scene that night at 1203 East Allen Avenue?
Yes, I did.
How long were you out there?
10 minutes, maybe.
And then where'd you go after that?
I went to our office on Calvert.
The home where the shooting took place over on 1203 East Allen Avenue, is that in Fort Worth, Texas,
Yes, sir.
Tarrant County?
Yes, sir.
So why'd you go back to the office after the house?
When I arrived on the scene, I spoke with a detective Rimshus, and we found out that there was an officer-involved shooting, and there was a person inside the house that was deceased, and I knew we needed a search warrant in order to go inside that house.
Once you also went back to, where's your office again?
1000 Calvert.
1000 Calvert. After you went back to 1000 Calvert, did you ever have the opportunity to meet someone introduced to you as Officer Aaron Dean?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Is the person that some of you recognize as Officer Aaron Dean?
Yes, sir.
I love that he stands up.
So.
Such a good tactic that I've never seen before.
So
Well, let me take that back. Did you meet the defendant as per crime scene collecting his duty weapon that was used on October 12th, 2019?
yes,
And you were present at that time?
yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you also present for some paperwork that was done in collecting that weapon that was fired on October 12th, 2019?
Yeah.
May copy of that if you need it to refresh your memory. Did you fill out some paperwork when you collected that firearm?
Yes,
Did you document the serial of that firearm?
yes.
Now I'm opening up State's Exhibit 6, which has been marked as State's Exhibit 6. In that, do you see State's Exhibit 107?
Yes,
And is that the same firearm that was collected from Officer Dean in the early morning hours of October 12th, 2019?
yes,
And how do you know it's the same?
because I have it listed as a serial number of one I collected from him.
You collected it from the defendant and it has a serial number. What is a serial number on a firearm?
It's an identification specifically given to each firearm to identify make, model, and serial number when it's made.
And identify to say, that is the firearm that I collected from the defendant on October 12th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
And as a result, did you also recover, now firearms have multiple pieces, did you also recover a magazine?
Yes.
And what is a magazine?
Magazine is what ammunition is loaded into and then loaded into the gun.
All right. And is that magazine in State's Exhibit 108,
Yes.
marked as 108, is that the magazine that was part of this firearm?
Yes.
Now, were there some bullets in the magazine and the gun?
Yes.
Is the baggie marked State's Exhibit 109, does that have the round that was chambered in State's Exhibit 107?
I cannot say for sure.
Cannot say for sure, that's fine. And then what about State's Exhibit 110?
That's ammunition also, and I don't know if that was in the gun crime scene.
Okay, but you're for sure that State's Exhibit 107 and 108 are from the defendant.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I take State's Exhibit 106 over to defense for review?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we don't, the defense doesn't have actually 106 record on the spot. 109 and 110, 109 and 110 being baggies. We don't have an objection to those 4 bags and contents for the last 2.
And state is offering 106 for the record and 107 through 110 for all purposes.
106 for the record, Your Honor, 107, 108, 109, and 110 for purposes. Your Honor, record 107 and State Exhibit 107, the firearm is secured with zip ties to State Exhibit 106. It has been placed in a safe manner with zip ties, making sure that it is inoperable at this time. And State Exhibit 108 is secured the same way with zip ties.
Thank you.
So, protective roll-off. That's the gun. Is that firearm?
Yes.
Firearm's a deadly weapon.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Judge, good morning, Detective.
Good, sir.
You got to the scene and then you became the person that had to go back to the office and draft the warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you put some information in your warrant, you put in there that a weapon may have been displayed at a police officer. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And in state of Texas, that's a first-degree felony to point a weapon at a police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
A police officer is in a full uniform.
Yes, sir.
So to collect evidence at a location such as that, you need a warrant to get in,
Yes, sir.
and, or you could get consent, but there was nobody there that you could find and sign consent, correct?
Correct.
Based on what had taken place. So the evidence that was removed from the scene was removed under warrant. Is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor asked you about when you got to see former Officer Aaron Dean. He went to y'all's location. Is it 1000 Calvert?
Yes, sir.
Is that the old training academy on the other side of the river?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when they took who took the photos of Officer Dean and Officer Darch against the nondescript wall to show what they were wearing?
That would have been crime scene officer Dume.
And is that something that's commonplace to document for your world in major cases, exactly how the officers looked at a given time?
Yes, sir.
Done in every critical police incident, any use of force that y'all are investigating.
Yes, sir.
That wall's been used a lot.
Yes.
when you're there, the weapon that is in Dean's holster at the time of the photos, that's the weapon that was just admitted here before the jury, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Dean's issued another weapon that night, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
We have in officer-involved shootings, or any time a weapon is used by law enforcement. We collect the gun they use so that it can be tested at the crime lab to verify shell casings, projectiles on the scene and so forth. But at the same time, we do not leave our officers unarmed. We replace the gun that they have with an exact duplicate of the one we took.
That's kind of
At some
interesting.
point throughout this, the jury may not know the day, but at some point, a warrant was written. This is Saturday morning. The warrant's written Monday evening, signed by Judge Wolf when he brought back to the courthouse here to sign it. You know about that?
Yes, sir.
Were you here at the courthouse when he signed it?
No, it wasn't.
At some point, parts of Aaron's weapon that are no longer in that box were given back to him. You know that?
Yes.
Can you explain how that happened?
So I believe his gun originally had a flashlight on it. And I think that property belonged to him. That may have happened that night, actually, because the gun I issued or had to issue him was a exact duplicate of the gun, but we don't have any of the extra stuff that he had on his gun. If it was that flashlight, if I'm correct on that. And so we take that flashlight off the gun that he turned in to put it on the gun that he was replaced with.
Man, making an officer buy their own flashlight for their gun is kind of like making teachers buy their own
You take his gun. At some point,
school
somebody
supplies.
has to take his Axon Taser camera system. Is that correct?
So the night that this occurred, and what usually happens, let me go by what happens with our critical police incidents. If they have video cameras, so forth, we have a docking station in our office. The office, put your camera on the docking station so it can be uploaded to our server or evidence.com, the server that controls all of our video. So that would have been placed on the docking station that night, I believe. And so that we would have access to it to review video, because we immediately restrict access to video.
Did a lieutenant, if you recall, come in and take Officer Dean's camera from him?
I do not know who did that or who loaded it on the docking station.
No, there was testimony yesterday that those
Yeah,
flashlights are anything but cheap.
he rolled it. I believe he was actually Officer Dean's lieutenant in the division that he worked, or the district that he worked.
As part of that evidence.com system, there is what I think you and I have come to know through this investigation is a full audit trail. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Dick, Mr. Smith, Ms. Diener have all known each other for several decades.
Yes, sir.
Back from our time, Bob and I at the DA's office today, we all sometimes just get exchanged. Had an exchange of emails where I was asking about the Officer Dean's camera. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked to check into where the physical camera was from the time of the offense, where it was if we wanted to do any additional testing. Do you recall those emails?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate the camera here still in the city of Fort Worth?
No.
Do you know where it went?
It went, so the camera that Officer Dean had was an older generation camera. And what was told to me by our camera specialist at the academy was after it was turned back into the academy, they sent it back to evidence.com because we upgraded our camera systems.
Why on earth would you do that?
Our Axon.
If Lieutenant Colbert took the camera and it wasn't actually taken by Major Case, then it may not have got booked into evidence or preserved or held like Major Case normally does. And it could have, that's how it ended up possibly back at Arizona or Nevada, wherever they keep them for processing.
Correct.
And you did some due diligence on our behalf, and we thank you that we can't find it even back there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Goodness. Don't know how critical. That's not that critical, but
No further questions.
That would affect the roll-off fee, subject to any potential recall.
No objection.
I mean, not having the camera, not that critical. Like, I don't think there's a huge dispute that what was uploaded to evidence.com's cloud is altered in any way, but it's just weird that they would lose the camera. Make sure that there's no argument during break. Then I'll bring myself up so you guys can see my beautiful face for a few minutes.
Said Miles. I'm not even old enough to be decades.
Oh, this camera's picked.
Let's shoot for 10:35.
11.
Okay.
That's a decade. Singular, sir.
Sorry, I'm gonna flip up. All right, pulling it down. Man, that camera in the courtroom, they left the audio on. It's picking up everything. But interesting morning, kind of. I didn't get a whole lot. I don't know. Again, the prosecution has to call these witnesses, right? You have to call the crime scene investigator that documented the scene. You have to call the detective that got the warrant to go inside. But I just don't know how much it advanced the prosecutor's case. If someone in the chat is paying a little bit better attention than me, like I think I said the other day, I found that while broadcasting, I do a lot worse job of paying attention to the minute details than I did when being a member of the chat. But so if someone in the chat caught it better than me, the crime scene investigator was was asked about the visibility to the window over the fence. And I'm having a kind of a hard time wrapping my mind around how important that is. Are they trying to say that Officer Dean should have been able to see directly into that window before going into the fence, into the backyard, and had a lot better idea of what was going on? Maybe. But again, they were back to back. Cheek to cheek is the they said in the opening statements, covering each other while moving through the area. Seems kind of hard to fathom that they would have been able to piece together by looking over the fence. But I can also see that side of the argument. What the defense got out of both of these witnesses, who are both peace officers, so they are absolutely qualified to answer these questions. And the questions are, if you point a gun at an officer in uniform, is that a felony? Yes. That's important. Because if someone's committing a felony against you, especially a peace officer, they are entitled to self-defense. The obvious other question is asking them about the very basics of use of force. We're going to get a use of force expert in here that's going to get into the minute details of it, like we always see in every case like this, where we're going to get in the very minute details of use of force policy and this very, very specific policies at the Fort Worth PD. But the officers on the stand are peace officers, and they can absolutely answer the question, the very basic use of force questions. If faced with deadly force, are you authorized to use deadly force? Yes. Do you have to go through a progression of force before getting there? No. All of that is in favor of Officer Dean. I do think they are getting, the prosecution is going a few points in terms of just planting that seed in the jury, like they with the jury, like they did yesterday. That procedure was definitely not followed to the T. If anyone in chat, please, like, if you have thoughts on that, like I said, I'm still working on getting to my level, my normal level of attention to detail in these trials. Well, broadcasting, I'll get there. But if anyone caught anything more than that, please shoot it, put it in the chat. I'll pull it up and we can talk further about it. For those just coming in, yeah, we're on the 10 to 15 minute break. I have a court stream up. We will go back to it just as soon as possible. Or I shouldn't say as soon as possible, just as soon as they come back. And actually, you know what? While we're on break, I am going to take just a quick break. I'll put a banner up. I'm going to take a quick, I don't want to show that yet. I am going to take a quick, as one of my coworkers says, I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I will be right back. Where's it at? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to put the court feedback up just so folks coming in can see it. Maybe. Oh, stream went down anyway, so I'll be right back. All. Thanks. And we're back. Guys, I think we have a couple minutes before court comes back in session. So if you have questions about what we've seen, you can definitely pull that up. I'm actually going to pull up the article that Kara sent me. Where do I want to do that? I'll pull that up on my iPad. 1 second. Yo, I can really not wait to get more bandwidth this weekend so I can pull multiple tabs up and do multiple things. But we're getting there. All right, this is a fair pull this one up. Did I miss anything that will help convict this POS? Maybe a little bit. I think the prosecution is still that there were some procedures that weren't followed to a T. From what I could gather, they were trying to show that he should have been able to see over that fence and seen what was got a better idea of the scene before going through. Kara has a good response to that. I definitely liked the fact that we were seeing the crime scene from a 3D perspective. Of course, they didn't show us the inside of the bedroom, which is fair enough. But oh, Jolly Roger, that's hilarious. I, I was a little surprised on your take on him. I didn't know that you'd be that strong on him, but now I get it. But yeah, they laid out the crime scene. The 3D perspective was definitely interesting. You know, a jury's gonna want to see that. I personally like the idea of a 3D rendering like that, opposed to having the jury go out to the crime scene. It's more efficient, and I don't think you lose much by doing that. Love that they're showing someone's computer. Jolly Roger, I'm guessing that you're talking about the Border Patrol serial killer. I haven't seen much about what's going on in there. If anyone has any updates on that, we can pull it up. Kara, I'm going to pull the CNN article up. CNN, the most trusted name in news, right? But I think this is pretty straightforward facts, so we can use them. Yeah, just right off the bat, I'm seeing in the article. Ooh, hold on. I think we might need to get a new feed. Stand by. Also, we're at jury instructions on the Border Patrol. Defense didn't put on any case, huh? And I feel like they kind of needed to have him get up and say, I didn't kill those folks, if you're going to argue that it was a confession, but also a bad idea. They shouldn't do that, but I think that might have been his only chance. Okay, we got the feedback. Folks are entering the courtroom. We're back up just in time. Here, sorry, y'all. Live. And I like that Fox 4 feed. Let's get it back. Dang, Fox 4, shut that feed down. Try this one. Okay, they are not back yet. Seen some other things, but I have a new feed, so I think we're good. So back to that CNN article. What I'm seeing, I'm trying to find the. Oh, Kara, I see what you're saying. The charge carries a possible sentence of 5 to 99 years. Now, the question I still have is that a murder 2 charge that just has a huge sentencing guideline? Or does that mean that there's lesser included? I thought you were saying it was the actual criminal code was 5-99, but that makes way more sense. 5 to 99 years. So clearly there's a huge range on the charge. I still don't. That tells me that that's probably lesser includeds. I'll keep working on that and get a better answer for y'all. Well, we wait for the court to come back. Just want to say hi to everybody. Thank you for joining. Um, tweeted it out, but man, like I've had I've had what I more I've had more growth than I thought I would in 3 days. But even more fun than that is, man, I'm having just a shit ton of fun doing this with y'all. Um, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, do all the things. Definitely helps me. More people I get in here, faster I can get to monetization, the better chance that I have to do this for a long time. Absolutely appreciate it and love you. Love that you're all here. Maddie, do you want the CNN doc? Maddie, I don't know what doc you're referring to. Welcome to the party. And it's a long Tuesday night. That's interesting. I'm too old for long Tuesday nights. Okay, I'll send you the link. Just got that sent off. Yeah, if you see anything in there that I'm not picking up, let me know. But the one thing we did learn from that article that we can be sure of is he faces anywhere from 5 to 100 years. Okay, this is why I love this. Yeah, you all know what you're talking about. Texas offense of murder is just one of Texas homicide crimes. Among them are capital murder, right, carrying a max penalty of death, manslaughter, intoxicated manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide. So if you're charged with murder, are all those lessers included? Are are the lessers always included? I'm guessing yes. That's what would make the most sense to me. And just knowing how a lot of Texas code works, that would make sense. What happened in court today? Yeah, let's do a quick update. So our first witness was a crime scene investigator. He I kind of I was gonna say he specializes in 3D renderings of the crime scene, but it doesn't sound like he's testified to that very often. But he brought in a 3D rendering of the crime scene. Um, it was pretty instructive. It gave me a lot more perspective. I think I missed the fact that the window was kind of through the window that was shot through was through a gate. Um, I don't think this is, according to Kara, this is a case, and according to the article, the sentence on this is anywhere from 5 to 99 years, so it wouldn't be a capital case. And then after that, we just had the detective that got the search warrant to go into the house. I didn't get a whole lot from him. The defense on both, defense obviously on, with both witnesses being peace officers, were able to get their questions out about, was this, about the author about the use of force and whether or not the use of force would be justified given that a gun was pointed at him. And of course, they both said yes. And it looks like court is back. Let me try to get it up here. Why does it do that? Oh, hopefully our volume is good because it doesn't look like I can change it.
How long have you worked with
I work in the West Patrol District.
Here,
I went at
like
5 and get off at-
feedback.
No, ma'am, I start tonight.
Okay. And so before you were in patrol, what did you do?
Crime scene.
How long were you in crime scene, sir?
Just under 2 years.
Bear with
2 years.
me. No, I'm going to try a different feed real quick. My apologies.
The standardized training.
Took photos, wrote notes, and everything else down. Collected evidence.
So unfortunately, if you guys are all hearing the helicopter sound, I think it's coming in court feed. Because I'm not getting it on other YouTube.
11. And you're on the jury, so just kind of keep it down a little bit and look inside. You can pull it out if you just kind of look inside. 112. Yep. And
I'm going to work this
111 and the
afternoon on
content,
figuring out exactly what
112.
she's charged
Those
with and how
both
that
appear to be in the
sentencing
same or
goes.
substantially similar condition as when you collected them.
Yes.
Okay. And so what is 112?
In the entire case.
Where did you collect that, sir?
This was outside.
Does it sound awful for everybody else?
Did you mark that casing with a placard?
Yes, ma'am.
And they've already heard what a placard is. That's used just to identify an item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on the outside of 111, are there identifying marks and information that pertain to this particular case? Let me be, is the offense report number on the outside of 111?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is the offense report number that's on the outside of 111, does that match the offense report number on your report and your notes?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it pertain to this particular homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is there identifying marks from you on State's Exhibit 111, the envelope?
Yes, my initials and my badge number, the seal.
And so this, obviously the envelope has now been opened and the jury's heard how that was opened. But when you actually collected the item, did you put it in this bag and seal it up?
Yes.
And you have marks on the outside as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there also appears to be some red tape indicating Fort Worth Crime Lab that's also accessed it. Is that true?
That's good.
All right. Now looking at State's
From
Exhibit
what I
96.
understand, is he didn't get the officer
Same
who
question. Let's
was
start
on
with the
scene
bar.
with him. on the
Is there
stand.
an identifying number that pertains to this particular offense report and incident?
Yes.
Does that match your notes that relate to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there also identifying initials or badge number on the outside of State's Exhibit 96?
Yes.
And who actually put it in this box?
I did.
All right. So does this box all appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition with the exception that it's now been opened?
Yes.
Now looking inside State's Exhibit 96, The content, States Exhibit 97. Do you collect that item somewhere?
I was on the, just left of.
Was it sitting on like a box of some
Some type
sort?
of-
Does that appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition?
Yeah, this
and
helicopter noise in the background, guys. I just
And States
I was coming from the court feed.
98, which is a bag containing multiple items. So 98 containing States Exhibit 99, as well as 100 through 105. First, let's talk about States Exhibit 100. What does that appear to be?
Live round.
And does it also indicate where that live round was in as it pertains to the particular gun?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the chambered round?
Mhm.
Meaning that's one that's in the chamber ready to go.
that's correct.
All right. States Exhibit 99, what is that?
The magazine.
And then States Exhibit 101, 102, 103, and 104. Does that all appear to be one side of States Exhibit 99?
Yes.
And each one of those live cartridges or bullets are in the actual position they were in. So in the magazine, one, two, three.
This is not on my side on this camera.
All right. Did you do all of those?
Drake,
the
to answer your
collection of
question,
those
this is the prosecution's
Now, States
direct
Exhibit-
examination of another crime scene investigator.
items? 105.
Yeah, everybody's having trouble on their feeds right now. Let me see if I can find a better one. You know. I think it is just one full camera. If we can win the internet and find the stream that is actually working right now.
Mika, thanks for helping me with my homework. I am happy to help. By the way, I have a surprise for you.
It's down everywhere. Fun times. All right, so I can bring up audio. Nope. I'm going to bring up the audio so you guys can hear it. It doesn't sound great, but it's what we got. Everyone's struggling. Let's just do this. I'm going to boost it as much, and then you all can turn it down if it's come through too loud, because barely getting anything. Oh, back. Wow, it's bad. It's really fun. Especially, I love relying on other people. Acting like
What's the crime scene?
Kara, is Fox 4 still having the noise issue or the background issue?
Got there as part of the SOP for crime scene, standard operating procedure. You have to take a briefing from somebody, is that correct?
As far as
Well, when you show up, it's not like the TV creates outside, you just barge in the scene and start doing it.
okay, yeah, that's correct.
You're gonna step in and the further say.
All we really missed on that direct exam was the prosecutor
Yes, sir.
Prior to your arrival.
validating because it's already been admitted the casing that was fired
Crime scene one is gonna be
and the
this-
live
it's
round that was in the chamber.
a log of who makes the scene, who's on scene. That's pretty much what time they get there. What time.
You recall from this that you're the lead crime scene officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're responsible for everything that comes out of that residence that you're the lead, yes?
As far as evidence goes,
Yes.
yes, sir.
The jury's heard that there's a patrol officer, a chief officer that has the sheet, full of language, he's the chief officer.
Yes, sir.
You were the chief officer for the 4+ crime scene officers around here, correct?
Yeah, as far as the crime scene responsibilities go, yes, I was the sheet officers for that.
When you got there, did you tell the members of the jury where you took the briefing from? You have a copy of your report from you?
I do. I met with Detective Grimshaw first.
You recall what time you met with Detective Grimshaw?
0346. 346 a.m.
Did you immediately go inside?
No.
What did you do first?
We were waiting for a warrant to be signed, so I couldn't go inside. I did a perimeter walkthrough, just an overall walkthrough, and just looking at the outside of the house, and the scene from the outside.
If you weren't allowed on the inside, you stayed off the property line so they got warrants in?
We were on the property. inside the residence.
The warrant covered both inside and outside, correct?
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
It did.
The crime scene officer, the sheet officer for crime scene, you're given a copy of the warrant to execute on time.
I wasn't given the warrant, but as far as what you're asking, yes, I think the answer is yes to what you're asking, but I would.
I
choose to
think.
believe the warrant. I don't remember seeing the warrant.
Search warrants under the Code of Criminal Procedure are not a rubber stamp blanket search each time, correct?
Yes.
They have to be individualized and give a useful
Yes.
Oh, I think this noise is giving me some bandwidth issues, so I'm going to stop pulling up chats. But yeah, I've checked CBS,
Yes.
WFAA,
The
Fox,
only thing I
and Law and
remember-
Crime. It all sounds like this.
I wasn't gonna go in the house until the warrant was signed.
You recall what time, following your standard operating procedure time, so you can note all important times, what time you actually were cleared to go into the residence?
Let me look at my report. real quick.
This guy's struggling. These aren't hard questions. But just a little bit of prep before coming to testify, he noticed. Yeah, Greg. So I used to work at radio back in the day. What it sounds like to me is a bad cable. We're all stuck with the same pool camera and same pool audio, so.
I don't see it when I entered the residence.
You're not typing a report when you're at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You have what we would refer to as a steno pad that you're making your notes on. That's critical crime scene pad, correct?
Yes, sir.
The government's given me a copy of crime scene sketches and notes. Would those help you maybe to see if you've noted the time and noted for yours?
Thanks, Greg. I mean, I don't know for sure at all. I'm just guessing.
I have
So, I mean, we have to remember that this was like the biggest case in Dallas-Fort Worth in October of 2019. The most prominent. It's odd to me that they would have anyone come in and testify without the base knowledge of when you entered the home.
just this one.
Since you and your training partner, Officer Bain, were here together, I've stapled now what the state gave me is the benefit exhibit. A few more from that. Can you take it through there and see if that helps you as we go through this?
This is not a good look. Juries notice this stuff too. I promise it's not my wife today, Charlie Rogers. The copper has been there all day though. Yeah, like Did you need the defense attorney to highlight it for you, sir? Like, we're just looking through for the time that the crime scene investigators entered the house right now. Wombat Mom, yes, this is the same jurisdiction where the officer shot a man she thought was in her apartment. The same jurisdiction, and it happened in very close time frame. Yeah, Greg, this is so I think it's actually, I think you're right. I think it is two different jurisdictions. One was the Dallas PD officer. This is Fort Worth, but I mean, same Metroplex. Yep, Greg, you're right. This is Fort Worth. My apologies.
Yes, sir.
Needless to say, this was a busy scene when y'all were out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a lot of rank out there, a lot of supervisors.
Yes, sir.
And as the lead crime scene person, you have to kind of keep everybody safe and keep your job.
That's correct.
But the advanced life support had stopped, and this was a crime scene by the time you were out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of your crime scene training that you were in the middle of as we were doing this case, you have to document first the scene as you find it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it a safe estimate that you took about 275 photos? Am I correct the number?
There was a lot. I don't remember exactly how many, but yes, there's a lot.
Well, it's part of your SOPs, and I'm just asking because I'm trying to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you supposed to put the number in your report for this position?
Yes, sir.
And can you look at your type report and see if you can what page, total number?
We need a nickname for this guy, chat. Best I can come up with is officer. I don't know, but I'm sure you all are much funnier than me. Officer Stoner. Officer,
I wrote it down in here.
All right, and also, that becomes important later. Part of your standard operating procedure, you must verify that the number of photos that you server in crime scene, and you need CDs or DVDs, I guess, at this stage, that any detectives downstream.
Kara, I don't know if you typed that before I said it or not, but we're on the same page. Officer
Credit, I mean, I want all my work to be there, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's what I'm talking about. Because the jury's heard a little this morning from other crime scene officers. There's either most departments either use Canada or Nikon, and Fort Worth uses Canon. That's all our cameras, correct?
Yeah.
And that's all I heard is one is gonna look through the lens and take the photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to you going to the scene, you had to know to work the camera, yes?
Yes, sir.
The jury's seen some of your photos, and they've seen that I've seen
Greg, the issue is his notes.
they still need it because that would be against your SOP, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would that be against your SOP?
I think it's just to eliminate any factor of anybody trying to hide anything.
You think?
You want to make sure the sequential number is there, time you put a memory card in that camera, you have to
Comes from
reset
Umbridge.
that card and starts at 0, correct?
Yes,
If you have it supposed to check the date and time on your camera prior to starting the scene, do you call that?
yes, sir.
Did you do that night?
Yes, sir.
So that's important because it gives us metadata, data about data that's in the digital image, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we
Let's
would
get into
know
metadata.
You went inside and started taking pictures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would kind of give us a timeline if we knew the total number of photos we took as to when those were done throughout the night. Regardless, really, if the camera's set to the perfect time, if it's 0 hour, we go to 04, go to 4:30, we know you're there 4.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
Safe to say?
Mhm.
As part of those SOPs, you're taught how to take exterior photos and interior photos. Is that correct? You get to do what you're supposed to do for exterior photos.
As far as what I'm taking pictures of,
Yes, sir.
just the, you want to show obviously the residence, the house number, where it's at, the location. Any near, by intersections that just identify exactly that you're at that house. You want to get photos of what it is that where you're at. Just gives any viewer or any audience, just tells them where you're at, what you're looking at.
Prior to being selected to join the crime scene team, you were on regular patrol something, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're back now on the 7th Street.
Yes, sir.
What observations?
You can hear them trying to fix this audio.
Exterior photos outside, I guess we're waiting on the warrant, right? Understand? Can you tell the jury what the condition of the city of Fort Worth street lights were on the street here outside here?
See you in a bit, Kara. Have fun working.
Well, there's a traffic light, I believe, like just west of the residence. As far as the street lights goes, or anything else, I have to refer back to the photos. I remember, I mean, it was dark, it was late at night, so.
You recall there's a street light, if we have a traffic intersection light in Mississippi, you come down the street, there's a light on the address side that we're talking about. As the road starts to curve a little bit, I'm just curious if you made any observations.
The scene was this guy's Jeep. Just for context here, like he's the lead crime scene investigator. How does he?
Outside or inside, is it important to document, I think there's a phrase in your business called the 4 corners of a room?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what the 4 corners of a room is?
You just want to, before, you're just wanting to basically photograph the whole room, 360 view, where you're at, what you're looking at.
And your SOP say you shall do that, shall equals must in your role, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's like, say some of the rooms, you look at the photos, there's not 4 corners in all the areas.
I don't think so.
Okay, so though they have general orders and SOPs, that's a best practice type guide for how you're supposed to function as an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to be able to be out there and they hired you, they gave you a badge and a gun, and they trust your judgment.
Yes, sir.
Any reason to doubt your judgment for what you did this time, you process the case?
You guys see where he's going with this?
I don't think so.
You didn't follow all your SOPs, but you still did your job, right? Sounds like an argument directly in contradiction to the argument in terms of Officer Dean or former Officer Dean may have not hit the SOPs exactly, but
How are you dispatched?
Through the radio.
that as well, or you?
I do, yes, sir.
This guy loves his flowcharts.
Yeah,
His easel.
radio or, I mean, either one. But yeah, we communicate through the radio, so yes.
As a visual learner, I love that he does this.
I never used the cell phone.
Your order, SOP, say somebody's got to wake up the crime scene sergeant, and I'll do. Would you do that, or Officer Bain do that?
Officer Bain may have done it. I didn't.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
And you take a briefing from the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as you're processing the scene, you have officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where is your office, or where did you?
Yes, sir.
We have in Defense 31 a list of Bain's calls that night, and I assume you work them too. You're hopping one call after another as soon as you clear in the service. They say,
My notes will tell you what I had that night. I mean, I have it in order.
So you brought your original pad without revealing state secrets. Can you just hold the pad up in general, just so the jury sees the size of what we're working off of? Okay.
I remember being at the office when the call was dispatched.
Fourth to last page in Defendants 31. Is that kind of an idea what y'all's night was like?
No, I think these are previous reports. I don't know what his notes, like, I don't know what his thought process was when he wrote these notes, but there's no way we could have taken this many calls.
okay, fair enough. I was just clarification. You were at the office. For each division in the city of Fort Worth, the radio has at least one primary channel and several talk channels. That's safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a talk channel is?
So for certain units inside the police department, for the crime scene unit, we have our own radio channel, so they can talk directly to us. If there's any kind of communication, that way it doesn't tie up the main patrol channel for all the other calls that are going on. So that makes sense.
So divisions, north, south, east, west, northwest, central, all have a primary and multiple talk channels. SWAT has its own channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Air One has its own channel. Crime scene has its own channel, correct?
That's correct.
So dispatch notifies you through the crime scene channel and gives you an address to where to report, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get the nature of the call, what you're going to.
Yes, the nature of the call, so we were following we can listen to other channels too. So we were aware of what was going on.
In addition to those individual divisions, there's an all call that can go out over all the channels, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did an all call for the critical police incident come out that night?
Yeah, Greg, that's right.
How long does it take to get from where the call?
About 10 minutes.
Without going into what you and Officer Bain discussed, you start getting mentally ready during that 10-minute drive for what you were going to be facing.
Yes, sir.
When you got there and talked to the lead detective, period of time, you had some time to prepare yourself for how you're going to have the process.
Yes.
The detective had already been inside, without going into what he said, you received the briefing to know what the layout instruction was, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you and Bain had time and space to formulate a plan to go through how you're going to process these things.
Yes, sir.
When you initially get in, do you walk around and make observations first, or do you immediately start taking photos?
No, observations first.
Why is that important?
You're trying to identify really what's important inside the house.
The defense has already spent twice as long with him as the prosecution did.
You're looking for evidence.
And we're still going.
Just trying to figure out what happened.
Given any particular scene, not just this one, you also have to look at scene safety for you and your team, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If there's any objects that may hurt you or pets or anything else, you need to be aware of that.
Yes, sir.
And take appropriate safety precautions. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sure everybody in this room has seen video of the FBI doing their evidence response. You don't dress up in a Kevlar suit to go in and process a scene, do you?
No, sir.
Do you take steps, though, to decontaminate your evidence tent, those little yellow markers, and clean them from one scene to the other, since we're in the realm of DNA?
As far as, are you talking about the placards?
Yes, sir, the yellow placards that you put down next to evidence or where you're gonna do a DNA swab. From the previous call, did you clean those and make sure they're preserved and ready to go to the next page?
No.
Okay. Walk through, start sending, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is the general order say you should shoot all four corners if possible?
Yes, sir.
And you're not gonna get fired if you don't, but that's part of the order. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it, right? Safe to say?
Yes, sir.
By law, once somebody passes away through a certain criteria that's been effective, you can't move the body, correct?
That's correct.
And you have to wait for the death investigator. Yes?
Yes, sir.
In between the time that you started your processing of the scene after the warrant was signed, your partners came in and they started processing with the likeness system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Please tell me they didn't move the body.
If I understand your report, you stopped and worked some additional photos, or took additional photos once the death investigator, once she arrived, is that correct?
Okay, good. They didn't.
Yes.
Did you assist her with taking care of Ms. Jefferson and doing her part of the examination?
No, they usually come in with a team.
If the lead crime scene officer, ultimately, are you one of the last ones on scene?
Yes.
You're the guy usually left in or down, left in the crime scene tape and releases the scene back to the family or securing the release there.
Us or patrol officers kind of work together on that.
As the lead crime scene officer, did you take the crime scene log with you?
I believe I did.
Was it included as part of your report?
Oh, shit.
Let me look back real quick. That.
Dude, how do you not study your report when you have to come and test it?
Protocol for me to collect the crime scene log, but I don't think I notated that.
Okay. Is that? We never went back to that crime scene, but it was a confusing scene out there, right?
Yes, sir.
So the SOP say you gotta leave with it, and that's just part of it. It ended up with somebody somewhere in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Maybe not the way the bean counters are like the general order said it's supposed to be.
So when he keeps referencing we may have worked together, we may not have worked together, when the prosecutor does, remember he was a prosecutor in this jurisdiction for like 20 years
Walk through, start taking your photos.
before becoming a defense attorney.
After the scan is done, you're allowed to
Yes, sir.
And did you pick what item number?
I guess, yes, I did. I just went by the order of by.
We start with number 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing gets any special attention whether it's 1 or 1,000.
That's correct.
The next one up.
That's correct.
What is an L scale?
It's just, it's a reference to show the size of an object.
On the yellow markers, they have nowadays, the ones you were using in 2019, a little plastic bump out that has a grid on it. That's correct?
That's correct.
And that serves kind of a purpose of an L scale, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are actual physical L scales made by Cercia, dozens others, that are there for you to take images so we know what they are to scale.
Oh yeah, let's see your email.
Yes, sir.
And you're general about
Oh.
scale when it's important to look at detailed objects such as a projectile hole in the wind. You hear that?
Yes, sir.
They worked out that night. That truck was it equipped with L scales?
Yes.
And by 2019, I think y'all also had rolls of tape that had scale markings on it. It used up to go. If we wanted to take a picture of the judging board, if there were a defect up here, and you wanted to take a picture of the board, you could peel off a piece of the scale because it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 22 on the page. It's just that we know it's the scale and you can stick it next to it, take a photo, and go through that, correct?
We typically have that.
Percent, hang on. Mr. King. Council.
What's going on? I don't know who Mr. King is. That's not one of the last names of any of the attorneys. Wow. Them turning off audio is almost music to the ears, isn't it? the electricity coming through that wire, it's just bad. Again, I don't know who Mr. King is. Something's going on though. Look at this watch. It must be lunchtime. Well, they're 30 minutes early for lunch though. That black is not me, guys. We lost court feed again. Let's see if I find something else. Relying on other feeds is lovely.
I'm going to tell you the easiest way to make money at home, and you 100% have never heard of this before. Most people are familiar.
Nope, everybody lost it again. Everyone lost the feed again. Good. I don't know who's I don't know who won the lottery to be the pool camera, but not awesome. I'll keep watching feeds. If you all see something before I do, let me know. Yeah, Jolly Roger, thank you. Yeah, I started Monday morning with 6 subscribers. We're up to I think 85 or 86 now. Thank you all. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, make sure you do that. We'll keep the content, we'll keep the live feeds and commentary of trials going just as long as the pool camera can keep them going. Everybody is currently down. I'm just reading real quick to see if anyone has anything else. Let me check Twitter too. I'm going to check Twitter to see if I can see what figure out what that was all about. Nothing, no information yet on what the judge was calling them up for, why he abruptly stopped questioning there. Oh, I'll go on cam while we wait. Again, everyone, I'm not on camera. Probably won't be for the rest of the week while we're live streaming, just because I am on Cox, and I talked to them a couple times and said I have absolutely the highest download speed and upload speed that they provide. So I need to go switch ISPs, saving me bandwidth not to have my camera on while we're streaming, and it seems to be fixing the lag. I continue to monitor all feeds. I have a feeling they might go to lunch. I saw sorry, I'm just reading while I talk. Oh, someone's saying it's back. Let me see who has it. I've seen them back yet. I keep watching WFAA because I think they'll go back. Check out the comments from Fox 4. Why doesn't Fox 4 come up in my... Yeah, Fox 4 already has the... Oh, yeah, I was on Fox 4, I'm sorry. The judge is speaking to the lawyers in conversation that cannot be live streamed. The pool photographer is using the opportunity to try to fix the audio for live stream. Okay, perfect. Greg, thank you, sir. I'm going to throw that in the chat. Make myself look like exactly what I'm talking about here, right? Thanks, Greg. Fun crime. Don't you wish they would like put like a little blurb up that says that? I guess they probably let all the folks that are actually part of the pool know. If you're just coming in, stream is down because judge is in sidebar and the pool folks running the pool decided to take the time to try to fix the audio, which I'm certainly appreciative of. Yeah, I'm still getting the live view thing when I go to Law and Crime too. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this up. So, I'm just cruising through Twitter, because I was looking to see if I could figure out what was going on. And interestingly enough, saw several comments really along the same lines that I was talking about in terms of, isn't it interesting that the defense is asking a lot of questions about the lead crime scene investigator following SOPs. My thinking on that was, wow, so the defense is showing that you can still do your job, and you're not necessarily, you're not, you like the crime scene investigator wouldn't have been sanctioned, written up for any of the SOPs that he violated. My thinking is, so that goes to show that, small SOP violations by the officers that arrived on scene, Dean being one of them, don't matter, or kind of shows the insignificance of that. Twitter seems to think the exact opposite of me, and kind of in terms of, wow, isn't it ironic that the defense would be hammering this crime scene investigator on not following SOPs when Aaron Dean didn't follow SOPs? So it's all perspective, right? But I think my perspective is kind of, I've already kind of come to a perspective on this was probably a justified shoot. I'm still trying to keep an open mind, but I can see how that perspective shifted or changed how I viewed the questioning compared to most others. In the chat, let me know if you kind of think the same, or maybe it's not as significant. I do find it, I mean, Officer is, I don't know the word. He's driving me nuts. I don't know how in a major case like this that you wouldn't have your report memorized, reviewed, studied back and front. And he doesn't know simple things that are in his report. He doesn't know if things that are sometimes in the report and sometimes aren't are in this particular report. Pretty baffling. And there's that small possibility that that's intentional. Officers don't necessarily like to go testify against their own. Maybe that's where he's coming from. My gut says no. my gut says that he probably is an officer in most places. In most times he testifies. He just kind of comes across as a little lax. Continue to monitor the stream. I know that we all want to hear testimony more than my take on the testimony. Pull up Greg's comment here. Yeah, man, that's a great point. Those Waukesha officers were on point, super professional. Now, I will say, if you're going to go in and testify in a case where you're going to be cross-examined by the defendant, who has obviously caused great harm and tragedy in your community, I can't imagine not going into that not being super prepared. That said, again, I can't really imagine going into any criminal case where somebody could be going to jail for the rest of their life, where a family is looking for justice in terms of losing a loved one and not going into that trial, going in completely prepared to testify. But that's just me. Let's see. Long Crime's not tweeting anything out about what's going on. Let me check this one more time. Yeah, absolutely. They are giving the report to prep for court. There is absolutely no reason he doesn't have it reviewed. He hasn't studied it and come in very prepared to talk about it. And if there's a question that he doesn't know, he should know exactly where in the report to find that. Just checking feeds again. I have a feeling we're going to end up going to lunch. I will take the moment to say if you haven't liked or subscribed, please do so. Smash that like button. If we can get this out to as many people. If you have ways of sharing it, I always laugh when YouTubers are like, "Hey, please share my stream." I'm like, who am I supposed to share it to? But I mean, if you have big Twitter followings, things like that, please share it out. Let's pull up what Evie has to say here. You may be right, but he should have been shown his report. He could at least go into the prosecutor's office and review his report before testifying. What do we have here? Yep, Long Crime is not back either. I'll continue to watch the feeds here. But yeah, I was just say, I always laugh because it's like, who am I supposed to share this out to? Some of you may have huge Twitter followings, things like that. But anything you can do, hit that like button. Definitely helps me in the algorithm. Yeah, that's what I couldn't imagine. I kind of think of it as like having to go to a meeting or do a presentation at work and not being fully prepared. It seems it would be worse than that. The way I handle the nervousness of public speaking is to be super prepared. So I don't get it. Let me check Twitter, see if there's any updates. I have not seen anybody have any updates. Check one more place. Evie, you do need to go back to streaming. It's so fun. I can't believe how much I enjoy it. You guys are all so fun to hang out with. Nothing. Oh yeah, I was gonna check one more place. Yeah. I don't know who has this pool feed, but interesting. Evie just sent me a link that seems to be up. Yep, 100% with you. I'm trying to get them up now. Evie, I think that link was from day one though. Yeah, I think it was day one from what I can tell. I'm going directly to Long Crime on their live. No problem. I think Long Crime might have pulled their live down. Yeah, we're still down. Yeah, I think that'll be ready. Well, let's see if we can find out a little bit more about the actual charges. I'm gonna look at that. Hmm. Oh, wow. Okay. So let me see if I can. This is really odd because the type on this site that I found is really small. So I won't share it. I'll just read it. And I can't remember who put it in the chat for whoever did. Might have been Kara. I can't remember, but whoever did was absolutely spot on. So murder is governed, defined in Chapter 19 of the Texas Penal Code. It is under Section 19.02, if anyone wants to go look it up. But murder is defined in Texas in 3 separate ways. Murder is committed by intentionally killing another person, or murder is committed by unintentionally hurting another person and doing something so dangerous that it causes that person to die. Voluntary manslaughter is what it kind of sounds like in most jurisdictions. Murder is committed when a person commits or attempts to commit serious crime and while doing the crime, escaping doing something so dangerous that it causes another person to die. Felony murder. Melanie is Melanie. Murder is a first-degree felony. The range of punishment is 55 to 99 years in prison or life, and up to a $10,000 fine. If murder was committed due to sudden passion, then it is punished as a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $100,000 fine. Capital murder falls under Section 1903 and is treated as a capital murder under any of the following circumstances: intentionally killing a law enforcement officer or fire person, intentionally killing someone while committing or trying to commit certain crimes, kidnapping, burglary, so that doesn't apply here. And there's a lot of others, like killing a person for money, killing someone for trying to escape from jail. Killing someone while trying to escape from jail, excuse me. Killing more than one person. And the range of punishment for capital murder is either life in prison or a sentence of death. Manslaughter in Texas is governed by 1904, or found under, I should say, is the death of a person caused by another person's reckless actions. Manslaughter is not an intentional killing. Rather, is a person dying because of another person's reckless actions. Manslaughter is a second-degree felony punishable by 2 to 20 years. Under 1905, criminally negligent homicide is the death of a person caused by another person's extremely careless behavior. We all know what criminally negligent homicide is. So Texas doesn't seem to have a lot of lesser includeds under murder. Murder is murder, and then the prison sentence, let's find out if we can figure out who the prison sentence is decided by. Okay, so I'm taking this straight from Code of Chapter 37, Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. Let me see. Gotta use my search function here. Let me see if I can find this somewhere else easier. Okay, so the judge is the default choice to decide the sentence. However, a defendant has a right to have the jury decide the sentence. They have a punishment phase, just like we saw, like in the Cruz case, right? We have a punishment phase. The punishment phase is similar to the guilt or innocence, in that both sides make opening and closing statements and put on witnesses. Okay, I mean, that sounds just like a sentencing hearing in most states. The big difference is that almost any information about the defendant can be considered. Yeah, that's same in like a sentencing hearing. The state may prove up the defendant's prior criminal record. Yep, same as a sentencing hearing. Put witnesses on to test about the defendant's character. All the same. Basically, the state can ask the judge or jury to consider much more information about the defendant. So, based on the on-the-fly research, when you're charged with murder, there's not really lesser included. It's just a huge sentencing range. The sentence guideline is a huge range, and I wouldn't call it a guideline. It sounds like sentencing ranges by statute, 2 to 99 years, 2 to life, and the defendant can choose whether or not to have the judge or jury decide that sentence. Fun times. Welcome back, Kara. Oh, I can't imagine they didn't go to lunch. I'm gonna see if I can check one more thing. If they did, I'm gonna take a quick lunch break here too. That's not helping. WFAA just put a link up saying it's continuing. It's not continuing. Yeah, nothing saying they've gone to lunch yet. I'll hang around for a bit more here. Checking one more chat stream. So the only other thing that I'm seeing and it's just internet speculation, but I think it is kind of interesting. We all remember I made the comment of, wow, great, they're showing her computer screen. And oh, she's sending an email. According to some my memory is that was a bit longer. Oh, someone's saying back now. Oh, Kara's just saying she's back. But according to the internet chat rooms, it was within 2 minutes of seeing that the judge called up Mr. King. Should we rewatch it? Let's rewatch it. And I'm right to it. All right, bear with me. Holy cow, that was 40 minutes ago. All right, share my screen and we'll play it. Turn my camera off. All right, let's see what happened here.
That's yes, sir.
There are actual physical.
This is bad. He stays trained on this for a minute.
Dozens others that are there for you to take images so we know what they are to scale. Is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
And your SOPs, your general orders talk about taking images to scale when it's important to look at detailed objects such as a projectile hole in the window. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
In your kit that Officer Zane and we worked out on that night, that truck, was it equipped with L scales?
Yes.
And by 2019, I think y'all also had rolls of tape that had scale markings on it and use them to go, if we wanted to take a picture of the judging board, if there were a defect up here, and you wanted to take a picture of the board, you could peel off a piece of the scale, because it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 22 on the tape. It's just that we know it's the scale, and we can stick it next to it, take a photo, and go through that, correct?
We typically have that.
Mr. King?
Oh, wow. So that was within a minute and a half. I think they'd be onto something. Oh yeah, he messed up. He just wasn't paying. My guess, he wasn't paying attention. Really. Let's go back. I want to see why he changed the camera angle. I don't think you can actually see anything, so I don't feel too bad about.
It's typical of the protocol for me to collect the crime scene log, but I don't think I notated that.
Okay. And that's, we've never worked together, but I expected crime scene to leave with it. It was a confusing scene out there, right?
Yes, sir.
So if the SOP say you gotta leave with it, you get it, that's just part of it. It ended up with somebody somewhere in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe not the way the bean counters are like the general order said it's supposed to be. Safe to say?
Sure.
When you go into the house, you've done your initial walkthrough, you start taking your photos. did your process start collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you pick what items, get what item number?
I guess, yes, I did, I just went by the order of how I saw them.
It's really luck of the draw where you are when you start with number one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing gets any special attention whether it's 1 or 1,000.
That's correct.
The next one up.
That's correct.
What is an L scale in the crime scene world?
It's just, it's a reference to show the size of an object.
On the yellow markers, they have nowadays the ones you use in the
That's correct.
and that serves kind of a purpose of an L scale, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are actual physical L scales made by Cercia, dozens others, that are there for you to take images so we know what they are to scale. Is that you safe to say?
Yes, sir.
And your SOPs, your general orders, talk about taking images to scale when it's important to look at detailed objects, such as a projectile hole in the window. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And your kit that Officer Zane and we worked out on that night, that truck, was it equipped with L scale?
Yeah, I have no idea why he would have done that.
And by 2019,
Super weird.
y'all also had rolls of tape that had scale markings on it and used them to go, if we wanted to take a picture of the judging board, if there were a defect up here, and you wanted to take a picture of the board, you could peel off a piece of the scale, because it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 22 on the tape. It's just that we know it's the scale, and you can stick it next to it, take a photo, and go through that, correct?
We typically have that.
For set, hang on. Mr. King, come up, I need counsel.
It's also really weird that WFAA doesn't have their commentators on. Let's do this. Let's go back and watch the start of the irrelevant part of the. I don't know if I can. I can't. I'm gonna grab the testimony of the first detective on scene. I feel like I might miss some stuff there. Why don't we have? Sorry, dog barking.
you not to consider the testimony for the truth of the matter asserted. You may only consider the testimony for the purpose for which it was admitted. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The find or indict for otherwise charged an offense gives no rise to inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty and must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. A grand jury indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the issue of guilt of the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. You are further instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case or any witness therein, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case or any witness or any source other than the witness stand. Written statements made by a witness or police reports made by officers are tendered by the attorneys to opposing counsel for purposes of cross-examination and are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. From time to time throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings, are not to make inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court does not determine what weight should be given such evidence, nor does it pass on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the that the statements of counsel made during the course of trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. While you should consider only the evidence, you are permitted to draw such reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits as you feel are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts which have been established by the evidence. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to nor allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. You have heard evidence that the defendant made a statement to Federico Calderon and E.J. Salinas on September 15, 2018. If you find the defendant did make a statement, you may consider that statement against the defendant only if you resolve it in favor. A statement of an accused may be considered against the accused only if the statement was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. Therefore, you may consider any statement you believe that all of the state has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement freely and voluntarily without compulsion or persuasion.
So
Unless you
Wombat
find
Mommy,
the state has proved beyond a
the
reasonable
only
doubt
thing we can
that the
figure
statement to
right
Federico
now
Calderon
is
and
that the
E.J.
camera
Salinas
guy
on
trained
September 15,
in on
2018 was in fact made
the
and that it was made freely and voluntarily.
the
You
computer
must not
of
consider the statement for any purpose.
Miss
You are instructed that
Miss
unless you
Dion,
believe from the
the
evidence beyond
prosecutor.
intrinsic evidence was freely and voluntarily made by the defendant without compulsion or
But
persuasion,
what
or if you have a reasonable
what
doubt
Fox
thereof, you
News
shall not
or
consider
what
such
News
statement or
Fox
confession for
4
any
they're
purpose
in
or any evidence obtained as a result thereof.
in
You are
Dallas
further
originally
instructed
said
that under our law,
was
a confession
that
of a defendant made while the
they were
defendant
having
was
a
in jail
sidebar,
or
and
other place of
the
confinement
pool
or in
cameraman
custody
was just
of
going
an
to take
officer
the
shall be admissible
opportunity
in
to
evidence
fix
if
that
it
audio
appears
problem that we were
that
having.
that the same was freely and voluntarily made.
Not
With
sure.
provided, however,
It's,
that it be in writing
they may have just
by
gone
the
to lunch.
accused and show that the accused has been warned prior to making such statement or confession by the person to whom the same is made, that one, he has the right to remain silent and not to make any statement at all, and that any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him at his trial. Two, any statement he makes may be
I'll
used as
just join
evidence
in. We're
against
just
him in
watching
court. Three,
jury
he has a right
instructions.
to have
The
a lawyer present to advise him prior to and during any
Texas
questioning.
Border Patrol
4,
agent
he may have his own lawyer,
accused of
or
being a
if he is unable to
serial
employ a
killer while
lawyer,
we wait
he has the
for
right to have a lawyer appointed to
the Aaron Dean
advise
trial to
him
come
prior
back.
to and during any questioning. And 5, he has the right to terminate the interview or questioning anytime.
I am watching all the feeds to make sure we go right back to.
So in this case, if you find from
the
the
Aaron Dean
evidence, or
trial
if
as
you have a
soon as
reasonable
it
doubt
comes back on.
thereof, that prior to the time the defendant gave the alleged statement or confession to Federico Calderon and EJ Salinas on September 15, 2018, if he did give it, the said Federico Calderon and EJ Salinas did not warn the defendant in the respects just outlined, or as to any one of such requirements just outlined, then you will wholly disregard the alleged statement or confession and not consider it for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. If, however, you find beyond a reasonable doubt the aforementioned warning was given to the defendant prior to his having made such statement, if he did make it, still before you may consider such statement as evidence in this case, you must find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that prior to and during such statement, if any, the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights herein above set out in the a reasonable doubt of, you will not the statement or confession for any purpose whatsoever or any evidence obtained as a result of same. You are further instructed that if you find from the evidence have a reasonable doubt thereof that the Calderon and or EJ Salinas told defendant before he made the confession or statement, if any,
Well, but
that it
mommy,
could be
I'm not sure.
used for him, and that such a statement by Federico Calderon and or EJ Salinas was an inducement to defendant to make said confession, then you will wholly
Kara, where
disregard
did
said
you find
confession,
this?
and you will
You
not
are like
consider
our
it as evidence or for any
resident
purpose, nor
internet
consider any
sleuth.
evidence obtained as a result thereof. You are further instructed that under our law, a confession of a defendant made while the defendant was in jail or other place in confinement or in the custody of an officer shall be admissible in evidence if it appears that the same was freely and voluntarily made without compulsion or persuasion. So in this case, if you find from the evidence, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, that prior to the giving of the alleged confession of the defendant, if any officer threatened or in any manner coerced the defendant or used improper influence, or if any officer questioned him persistently over a long period of time without allowing him to contact an attorney or any other
Guys,
relative,
these are the
and the
important parts of
defendant
the
for
instruction. We
duress
just
or
happen to
under
come
any other improper influence
upon the
was
really important
induced
parts.
to make said statement, then such statement would not be freely made and voluntary. And in such case, if you find the fact so to be, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will wholly disregard the alleged confession or statement and not consider it for any purpose nor any evidence obtained as a result thereof. No evidence obtained by an officer or other person in violation of any provisions of the Constitution or laws of the state of Texas or of the Constitution or laws of the United States of America shall be used against the accused on the trial of any criminal case. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence was not obtained in violation of the law. Now, therefore, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that, 1, the defendant abandoned his white truck, or 2, that the officer searched the truck at the Stripes and or the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation pursuant to a valid inventory search, or 3, the searcher had the truck at the Stripes and or the truck. If you do not find that fact beyond a reasonable doubt, they regard all evidence obtained as a result of the search of the truck. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of the disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You shall not rely on your notes to resolve the dispute because those notes, if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately your verdict.
Awesome. Thank you.
The exhibits that have been admitted into evidence are in the custody of our official court reporter. Should you request to receive the admitted evidence in the jury deliberation room, you must make your request to the court in writing. A fact may be established by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence or both. A fact is established by direct evidence when proved by documentary evidence or by witnesses who saw the act done or heard the words spoken. A fact is established by circumstantial evidence when it may be fairly and reasonably inferred from other facts proved. At this stage of the proceedings, you are concerned only with whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and will not concern yourselves with the punishment, if any, which might or might not be assessed. Your sole duty as jurors in this case is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. Exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hereby given to you, and be governed thereby. You must not consider any legal principles not contained in these instructions. You have no right to disregard or give special attention to any one instruction or to question the wisdom or correctness of any rule I may state to you. You must not substitute or follow your own notion as to what the law is or ought to be. It is your duty to apply the law as I explain it to you, regardless of the consequences. It is also your duty to base your verdict solely upon the evidence that has been presented to you in court. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourself to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any matter of fact in the case, nor
Thank
whether
you,
the
Kara.
defendant is guilty or not guilty.
You're awesome.
The court has not intended to express any such opinion, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, or whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, you must wholly disregard it. After you have retired to the jury room, you should select one of your the first thing the juror will do is to have duty at your patients to vote with you when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict to certify to your verdict. The presiding juror will certify thereto by using the form attached hereto by writing guilty or not guilty where indicated on the form as it conforms to your verdict and signing his or her name as presiding juror. Each juror must decide the case for themselves, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with their fellow jurors. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree thereto, but jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his or her honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his or her fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. During your deliberations in this case, you must not discuss or relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. Do not let bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment, or any such emotion play any part in your deliberations. Any verdict you render must be unanimous. That means all 12 of you must agree. Review the same as that of the witnesses, parties, attorneys, and the judge. If it should be found that you have disregarded any of these instructions, it will be jury misconduct and it may require another trial by another jury. Then all of our time will have been wasted. The presiding juror or any other who observed the violation of the court's instructions shall immediately warn the one who is violating the same and caution the juror not to do so again. Paragraph 27. Suitable forms for your verdict are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict must be in writing and presiding. After you have retired to the jury deliberation room, no one has the authority to communicate except to the bailiff or questions you may have. Instead, address your inquiry to the court. The communication relative to the case must be written, signed by the presiding juror, and shall be submitted to the court through the bailiff. Given at 12:33. And like I mentioned, there are verdict forms attached that you may refer to and utilize as you deem necessary. Is stay ready.
Statement, Ms. Karina Rios will be presenting the first part.
Oh, look at us. We just happen to stumble upon closing arguments.
You are ready. Do you remember when we sat at jury selection and Mr. Alanis told you that this case was very important, that it was very big? Truer words have not been spoken. We have brought you all the evidence and you are ready to render a verdict. You are ready to bring justice to the victims and to their families. Now, the first thing that you are going to do when you go back to deliberate is you're going to select your foreperson. And that foreperson is going to read the instructions again to you. And these instructions are going to serve as your roadmap. So where does this roadmap lead you? It's going to lead you first to definitions, knowingly. I put up the entire definition, but I want you to focus on one word, aware. He is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Intentionally. Focus on desire. The desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. And how do we know what desire is? Desire can be seen the moment somebody picks up, or wraps their finger around the trigger, and
closing
pulls,
argument explaining why his confession wasn't coerced. I don't even know if I would have
seen that. We've
gone
seen
to
that in each
explaining
of
what
these
intentional homicide
scenes.
is.
3 times that desire at Melissa's. 2 times that desire at Claudine's. 3 times that desire at Griselda's. And 1 final time that desire with Janelle. What's murder? A person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally and knowingly causes the death of an individual. And what about capital murder? More than one murder pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. And I'm going to refer you to page 3, paragraph 5 of your jury instructions. It says that you must unanimously find that he committed at least two of these murders pursuant to the same scheme. We believe you will. We believe that you will find every single one of these pursuant to the same scheme of or course of conduct. And here are all the murders that you have. On September 3rd in Webb County, Juan David Ortiz intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Melissa Ramirez by shooting her. On the 13th of 2018, he caused the death of Claudine Luera by shooting her. On September 15th, he caused the death of Griselda Hernandez by striking her.
Absolutely.
And on 10/15th, he intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Janelle Ortiz by shooting her. And all of these were done pursuant to the same scheme or course of conduct. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the same scheme or course. Remember that you ask this. I'm going to write down. States Exhibit 10. Disc 7 tells the story. As for States Exhibit, the transcript, you can read what he says. You can read it as you follow along. You saw all of us referring to it while we were taking notes, flipping the pages. You need to do that during, you're going to go and do that now. And he will tell you in there why he did this. At least 4 times he's going to say it in there. 4 times he's going to say it in there. I was cleaning up the streets. 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 And now we'll also talk about the rights that he is afforded. Because as we stood here, the first day of trial, he stood there without a single piece of evidence, and he was a free and he was an innocent man. And as we started this trial, we started together. Here, gave you some pieces to put together and put together and put together. And we accept this burden. We accept the burden of having to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Which is at sea level. We are standing atop the Mount Everest of evidence. All there. You can look everything. Every single witness came up to see what he saw that day. In his own words, monster.
Puzzle piece.
Now, these were done pursuant
Not
to
a
the
fan of
same
PowerPoint
scheme
in
of
general, but
contract. Doubt they will be able to
the puzzle
determine
piece
each of these individually.
graphic was kind of
But let's talk
cool,
about reasonable
smart.
doubt. You have to ask yourself 3 questions. Do I have doubts? Are they real? I'm just going to ask you to use your perspective. Determining witness credibility. So what does that mean? You are the old of the we brought you consistent, corroborated, credible. That in that body camera, consistent with what she witnessed. Everything she told you corroborated Ortiz's own states. Everything. And credible, you get to decide. But she subjected Pettis' cross-examination. She told you her faults. She told you her
I love this.
story.
South Texas accent.
Here to tell you her truth. What happened to her tonight? You all did this discussion, and we submit to you that it was. It was obtained without any promise, coercion, or intimidation. I'm going to refer you to women that don't sit on the stand. It was an accommodation, not an inducement. There was no quote. And let's talk about these accommodations that defense brought up. They brought them up in their opening statements. They told you, they brought up all these things that he was promised. They brought you all these things. First one to mention breaking down the door. Who's the first one to say, I want my wife to keep my pension? David. Who was the first one to say, picture, please in my family picture, here is the passcode to my phone? David. Who asked to be put in isolation because it's better for everybody involved? David. None of these things came from the investigators. He asked for these things, offered or tried for anybody sitting across the table from them. This is not exclusive to Ortiz. This was not a one-time thing. Yes, we know he knew his rights. He was read his rights. You all saw that in the video. And let's look at his background. Let's talk about his background for just a second. He's an educated man. He has a bachelor's and a master's in criminal justice. He's a Border Patrol supervisor. He worked at the Border Intelligence Center. And you guys saw it in the videos. Maybe not when he was talking to, both when he was talking to Captain Calderon and to Ranger Salinas. He told them, I was involved in all these operations. Unit Stone Guard, the different crack houses that he took down. He talked about arrests. He talked about chases he done. He talked about it all. He has been Captain Calderon. He has been Ranger Salinas. He has sat across from somebody else to do an interview or interrogation. He knows what he had here. Now let's talk about the truck.
But I think
They
it is
want
kind
you
of
to
fair.
believe that this was an illegal search. They don't believe it. Now let's talk about this. What did everybody tell you happened when they saw him at the Stripes? He turned and ran. He acknowledged that it's his truck, but he turns and ran in the opposite direction. And even then, I want to tell you that they manipulated the truck. They opened the door. They took photos, preservation pictures to make sure that they knew what it looked like at the time. And there. On the fact that it says inventory search, but then it says no inventories conducted. What does that matter? It says no inventory search was conducted. And they had probable cause. At that point, they had probable
This is pretty good
cause.
closing. I haven't seen all the trials, so I don't know.
I wanted to get it in a
Seems
secured
good.
environment. He could have searched that truck at the Stripes. He could have. He flashed his light into that car, into that truck that matched the description that Erica gave, that belonged to the individual that Erica identified. And what did they see? What did he see? The pink purse, the tall boys, and a holster. He could have gotten into that truck, and yet he didn't. Why? Because he wanted to preserve the evidence. Look at the evidence retrieval form. It's all there. They did their best to bring you all the evidence. They did their best to of evidence for you. Defense, and they're going to here, and I suspect that they're going to tell you the same thing, that the statement was coerced, that the search was illegal, that there's just not enough evidence. But I want you, as you listen to them, to stay focused. Use your common sense and rely on your life experiences. And if you remember nothing else from what I told you, I want you to remember this. When they come up here, it's not about what they tell you. It's about what we showed you from that instant. Your Honor, I will reserve the rest of my time for myself.
That's a I know. Listen to the evidence. Don't listen to the
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Private line on here, and this is how this is an issue in every case. And I hope if you share the fact anyone accused that she knew we were going to come up here and argue that the search was illegal.
Because it was.
Because she is right. The search is illegal. Evidence should not have been admitted for your consideration. In this charge, which even the judge has even suggested that the first thing you should do when you go back there after you elect one of your members as the presiding juror is to go back over this. And it's very important you do, because the first part of it is definitions of different various things in the law. And sometimes people suggest that lawyers went to law school on the law. So if you have a question about, okay, look, I've read this and I still don't understand what it means, without having of is. And your job
This is Illinois law closing.
okay, that's exactly what jurors are. You judge the facts. The judge is the judge of the law, and here it is. This is all the law you will need or can use in the case. You can't use anymore. It's got to be here.
Surprised if there
You
wasn't.
must follow this law. Sometimes people will say, I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, well, that guy got off on a technicality. I'm sure everybody's heard that. Well, there are no technicalities. It is either the law or and I've seen, and someone may say, I can't let someone go free on that technicality. Then what they're saying is, I would ignore my oath as a juror to follow the law that I have sworn to uphold. And it is that serious. If one of us is denied a right, we are all denied our rights. In this particular case, when the police deny Juan David Ortiz his rights, they're denying us all. That's just how it works and how it's felt. But when the government agents violate rights, we all lose. And in this case, they did. They started by when they started to
do it,
and they're saying it was abandoned. And one thing we kept coming up in this trial was, okay, where are the keys to that truck? At one point, Captain Calderon finally said, well, I got them from somebody. But I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah, well, Mommy, I agree. I just don't know how well the technicality argument
you can look
resonates
under
with
the
juries.
chairs, wherever. We still don't find
Juries-
them. We still don't see them.
I mean,
And
it
I think
resonates
that
with
is
me.
something
You violate
critically important to
someone's
this
rights.
idea of abandonment. That if
They
I were
need
to
to go
leave my
free.
keys
But
behind,
I don't know how
maybe I don't mean
much
to
a
come
jury
back to get it. But if they're in my pocket,
goes
that
on.
might mean I'm coming back. It's just like when there's a vehicle on the side of the road where DPS has put that orange sticker on the window. That doesn't mean that person's abandoned that car. It means they ran out of gas. They got a flat tire. Now, if it stays there a month, that's pretty obvious. But in this case, Ray Salinas, in my opinion, has the audacity to claim when he's asked about those keys and the gun, that since he never saw this gun, this Texas Ranger, who has been enforcing laws of this state for the past 29 years, who is the elite, the Texas Rangers, he's taking a photograph, looking through a lens, and claims he can't see what he's photographing. And then he says, well, since I didn't find the gun, but I found the holster, I sent troopers out looking for that gun to see if he had ditched it when he ran. I didn't hear any witness come in and say, I'm that guy that Ranger Salinas sent out to look for that gun, and I didn't find it. I didn't hear that testimony. And sometimes when there's charge that you can make reasonable deductions from the evidence. And certain times you can make a
This
reasonable
closing's gaining
deduction from the
steam.
evidence that that witness was
I
lying.
like how he transitioned
That
from
witness was making things up
technicalities to
as
really
they
trying to
did
poke holes.
throughout. This argument about he was promised nothing. There was no inducement.
Oh wow!
The first notice they had that Mr. Ortiz wanted to
Gun
enforce
didn't get
his right
introduced
to
till
remain
yesterday?
silent and perhaps
just
to a
found it?
lawyer and perhaps to
Well,
terminate
they
it
forgot to do it.
was when he refused to sign the form. That's the first indicator this guy doesn't want to cooperate. Because if you're cooperating, they got the little check marks in evidence. I don't know what number, but you can check the box. Yep, here, I put my initials. But he said, I'm not signing it. I'm not signing anything. In other words, I'm not cooperating. I'm not talking. When he was asked about, well, do you want to talk to us? No. I mean, that should be an indication but to Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, no does not mean no. So they continue on. And then the idea, it wasn't a promise, it wasn't persuasion, it was accommodation. Well, if it's not persuasion, if it's not an inducement, when you say the district attorney himself's out in the hallway,
that makes sense for me.
he's in the other room. You want us to go put in what for you?
Should say Wombat Mommy.
Well, it's trying to get him to say things he otherwise wouldn't, saying, we can go work this case out right now. And that's before any statements
That's
were
not
made
the
to
legal
him.
definition of inducement.
He also tried to enforce his,
Was it inducement a big
the
part of
idea
this
that
case?
Captain Calderon said, well, we took care of him.
That
We
is
fed
definitely
him.
not the legal definition of
In the
inducement.
original testimony about he fed him and did all that, and that was before you saw the video. Yeah, they fed him a bag of chips and 2 bottles of water over a 10-hour period. And then once they finally get this statement from him, shake his hand, then they go give him the treat. That's when he gets the Whataburger. That's when he gets to eat. But it won't tell Satan made that they then gave him something to eat. It wasn't like Captain Calderon was saying, no, we were feeding him. And he tells him how tired he is and all that. So, well, good, we'll just leave you here for a couple of hours in the most uncomfortable position. And this charge also has the terminology about extended periods of interrogation. That if you find they violated rights by wearing him down, by just doing it over an extended period of time, then that is also a reason to find that statement is involuntary and should not be considered as evidence. The truck parked out there, taking photographs, and they say they had probable cause to search it. If they had probable cause to search it, they had probable cause to get a search warrant.
Yep.
The law says that a person is entitled to the protection of having a detached magistrate, some judicial person, make the decision, is there probable cause to do this search? The law is not set up for the police to decide, well, we got probable cause, so we're searching it.
Did they
That's
enter
only
his
very
home or his
rare
vehicle without a
cases
search
where there
warrant?
are exigent circumstances.
That's a big issue.
Where there would be a danger to the community if they did not conduct the search at
But that issue
time.
should have been determined by the
Truck was towed to the sheriff's department and parked,
and the evidence should
as
have
you
been
said, a
kept
carport.
out.
And then they're saying,
That's
well, we
weird.
didn't get a search warrant because of the time of day. None of that anywhere. They violated a citizen accused of his rights by failing to
That's not
obtain a search
Why
warrant.
would they do
These
that?
are not technicalities. These are the law.
It shouldn't have come in at all. It's not a jury question, in my opinion, but clearly in Texas it is because they have jury instructions for it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to thank you for your attention to this case. And for
Why
your
do they have
service.
two lawyers
At
doing the
times I would look
closing?
over here to you all, and you were all
That's weird.
a lot of attention and you were very attentive. I may repeat some of the things that Mr. Fuchs said because we think they're important. Okay. Now, I want to say to you all that we
I just don't
are a
understand why they
nation
would risk that
of
one that money.
laws. The rule of
They
law
had their guy.
governs. The law matters. And when we're out in the street walking around, usually it doesn't really hit us like that. But in a courtroom where a lot is at stake, when a lot of things have happened, this is where the Constitution comes to life. And this is where you give it effect.
Why is the defense having two
Not in
lawyers
too
get
many
up to make the
instances
same
do I see
argument?
that Constitution is given effect for court of law.
That's odd.
Now is the time for you to apply
Having two lawyers
the
get up is
law
odd by itself.
to the facts. And Mr. Fuchs mentioned the jury charge. This is the law.
Oh, they
And
searched it before they
sometimes
had
in here
him?
it tells you it's not like, well, I don't like this law, so I'm
Seems
not
a lot
going to
more
follow
reasonable.
it. As Mr. Fuchs said,
Exigent
you took an oath to
circumstances.
follow the law. And I would venture to say that there's not too many times in our lives where we raise our hands and swear to tell the truth and to do the truth and to do the right thing and to follow the law, right? So it must be a very unique situation and a dire and great obligation upon yourselves to follow your oath. And your oath right now is to follow the law. Because you are the judges of the facts. So now it is time to apply the law to the facts. Now, the law applies to all of us, good or bad. It also applies to police officers. It applies to the government, to the state, and maybe even to them to a higher standard because we give them a power.
To them, more importantly,
I couldn't come to your house and say, hey, move out of the way. I'm going to search your house. I couldn't come to any of you and say, put your hands behind your back. I'm going to handcuff you. Police officers have a lot of power, and we have to have checks and balances on them because otherwise it gets out of hand. And there's other countries, police. These are principles.
I still feel like
that
you
our
have to make an
founding
argument of
fathers
he didn't do
thought
it
about.
along
I'm
with
sure
your
there were
constitutional
horrible
argument.
crimes and bad things happening back when they were drafting the Constitution, but they didn't say, "Oh, the Fourth Amendment, your right to privacy; your Fifth
At least just
Amendment,
slip it
your
in
right
there.
to remain silent; your Sixth Amendment, your right to counsel." Oh, that only applies to good people. That only applies to people that commit small crimes. No, it applies to everybody, because the day we say, "Oh, the Fourth
Okay, this is
Amendment and
almost
the
like
right to remain
admitting
silent,"
the
that's a drug
crime
dealer. No, I mean he
and
deserves it.
saying,
Or that's a burglar of a house, a rapist,
it's
whatever.
kind of the only argument they have, isn't it?
Before you know it, we all lose it. So we need to be careful of, because of the facts of a case, to say, oh, but this laws don't apply to this guy. Because next it's going to be someone else, and it's the slippery slope. Now, I will say this because I want to make sure that you understand at least where we're coming from. We are very, very mindful of the facts, the allegations in this case, the people that got hurt, the people that are deceased. We are very mindful of that. However, even the law be applied fairly, and you have a duty yourself and swore to follow the law. He is ordering you to follow the law and to your country, regardless of all of us being mindful of the facts of this case. Now, let's start with the burden of proof. The state has the burden of proof. Anything you say, well, did they prove that? You look to them. You don't look to us. They have the full burden of proof, and it's beyond the reasonable doubt. And just to give you an idea of how high it is, beyond a reasonable doubt, there's a standard that they use over as the civil courthouse. It's called preponderance. And preponderance is when it's a lawsuit and people are arguing about money. And so we allow the side that proves things by 51% to win. That's it. Then we have clear and convincing. That's where the state of Texas wants to come and take your kids because they're saying you are not taking care of them or whatever. That's clear and convincing. It's higher than preponderance, which is at 51%. To take your kids, all they need is clear and convincing, and they could take your kids.
That
Beyond
doesn't
the
explain what it
reasonable
is.
doubt is higher than that. Why? Because beyond the reasonable doubt, when you convict someone, when you're taking their liberty and their freedom, and that's why we've gone to wars. Americans died for freedom and liberty. So that's why we make it a very high standard, the highest standard in the law. Now, if we start looking at the facts, as Mr. Fuchs said, we'll start, for example, when the charge tells you Mr. Ortiz chose to remain silent. And the judge in the charge tells you, look, you cannot consider that for any reason. You know, you can't discuss it. You can't say, oh, well, he didn't say his side or anything, because remember, we don't have any burden, right? So you can't discuss it. It's irrelevant. Why? Because you decide this case on is evidence that came into that you heard or in anyone that did testify. We talk about the idea of the violations of the law. The first one, if you recall, were when Mr. Ortiz was getting arrested, and Deputy Noé Gonzalez was prevented. He was kept from reading Ortiz his rights. He said, he said maybe Captain Calderon or whatever. And, you know, when people get arrested, they have the right to have their rights read to them. You know, and yet a law enforcement officer, and he's military, he knows the Constitution, and he immediately attempted to read Ortiz's rights. And he's prevented from doing that by one of the and Juan, well, he answered, he said, yeah, I don't want to talk my right to remain silent, or I don't want to say anything, or whatever. Or two, because they want to have the citizen
it's really weird policy
in a controlled environment. Okay, where they put you in a room, they isolate you.
Oh no, only investigators can read rights.
We go to the issue of the voluntariness of the statement. What's the first thing? First of all, the state has the burden to prove to you beyond reasonable doubt that the statement was given voluntarily. And so if any of you have a reasonable doubt, you go, man, I'm not too sure. It's like, you look to them, explain why it is. You have the right to do that as citizens, to protect citizens, because you see, the state has a lot of power. The government has a lot of power. Police have a lot of power. So that's why we have, and our founders thought of that, our forefathers. They said, no, the government wants to take our rights away, your liberty, your freedom. You better be darn sure that it's going to be by a lot of evidence, okay? And so you look to them to say, what about this? What about that? And the law says, look, if a statement is coerced or improper persuasion was used, influence, persistence, long periods of time, rest, promises, and the idea, and it says there, if they say anything along the lines, oh, this can be used for you, what did they tell them about DA Alanis being there? And the testimony about Alanis, that he's there on a high profile case in Laredo. And at the time, district attorney, the elected district attorney of Webb County, happens to just be 8 investigators, one with 29 years experience, Ranger E.J. Salinas, and Captain Calderon, who has about 20 or 25. Oh, they say, well, he strolled by, I saw him. It's almost incredulous, because also they testified that when they put him in that room, they kept him. If you remember, he went in at 2:30, and I think they went in at 3:21 or something like that. So that's part technique. Both Calderon and Ranger Salinas said, look, nothing that happens in an interrogation room is by accident.
It's technique, but that's not
There's
coercion,
just
bro.
too much experience on their part. There's too much technique, too much training. They know what they're doing. It's by design. And of course, when you say, oh, well, yeah, but you were icing him or you were making him sweat. Oh, no, I was busy doing other things. You know, they're trained in how to answer. You know, they go to school on testifying, how to testify.
I would have just said, yeah, it was
You know,
icing
not
him.
lay
There's nothing
witnesses, but
wrong with that.
cops do. And so, you know, it could be, well, I was doing something else. Maybe he was watching the monitor, watching the guy sweat. That could be one of them. So if we keep on going on that, this combined experience, when Salinas walks in and he says, starts talking, he says, are you willing to give us your side or your statement? Ortiz responds, no. Now,
That's a problem.
I don't know how it comes that they say a police officer say, oh, I like him to say remain silent. What did the young lady just say? Use your common sense. I go up to someone, hey, you want to dance?
Yeah,
No.
he does.
Well,
He knows
let me
this
talk to you
guy's
about
used the same
the
techniques
technique I have in dancing. No
cross-examining
means no.
witness. Like,
Hey, can I borrow some money from you? No. That's it. Can I take your car? No. No, it's no. Except here. Except here, it's not no. Because the cops say, oh, I didn't interpret it that way. If you follow that reasoning, that they didn't, because the cop, remember, we're supposed to be looking at the accused. And did he invoke his right? He did. No. When asked directly, are you willing to give a statement? No. And then the cops turn it around. Well, I didn't take like that. Their state of mind. Follow that logic. What about the next guy? I want to take the fifth. Well, I didn't take it like that.
The lawyer's demeanor seems like he may have one or two.
Go further. Another guy says, I want the Fifth Amendment. Well,
or he at least feels like he does.
He didn't say he invoked the Fifth Amendment. So if you follow that logic, they can interpret it any way you want. And then the citizen that's trying to say, I don't want to talk to you. Let's say he said, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, well, he was being impulsive. We wanted them to think about it. Their interpretation should not be the measure. It should be, what did the citizens say? If he has the, he says, that's it. There's no magic word that is required under the law that says you have to say, I invoke the Fifth Amendment of the United States
and the Supreme Court is very clear on that.
Use your common sense. And I submit to you that minute, that should be enough for you to say the guy invoked his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. He was asked directly, he answered directly. This judge is telling me if he invoked his rights, I cannot consider that statement. I have to wholly disregard it. And it's not evidence in this trial. If you use your common sense like you would anywhere else, at the store, at the cafe, anywhere, but in this court of law, because Ranger Salinas and Trooper Calderon say, oh, we didn't take it like that. We still have to read him his rights. No, there's no such thing. There's no law that says I still have to read him his rights.
To me, this is a judge question.
But if that's not enough,
a legal question.
Let's keep going.
And if the judge determines he invoked his Fifth Amendment rights, none of it comes in, period.
During the questioning, that because they had the information from Erica, that they'd been out drinking and then she was doing the drugs and all that. And when they have the truck, they see the three tall boys, remember? Then they see in the video the bottom are three tall boys. So he had been drinking tallies before, as they call them, and tallies now. And they also, and no one disputed this, everybody knows he was taking all these pills from the VA. No one disputed drinking. He's been drinking heavily. And they know his emotional condition and mental health condition is not the best. They don't stop. They keep on going. Okay. Now, if you look at then the technique that they're using now, because he is not cooperating, which could be interpreted by any one of you as saying he wants to terminate the interview. Okay. You can interpret it like that. Nothing stops you from that. They start confronting him with evidence. They start saying, hey, Erica said this.
They start confronting with items from the truck. Remember, they brought in the purses and the syringes. Uh, they
purses and the
confront them with the
syringes.
rounds. Hey, you don't have.
I
So
mean,
they're
it's
trying to
nothing.
give him incriminating evidence. Okay, knowing that he's been drinking, he's not in his best state of mind. They confront him with the victim's photos, and then they again ice him. They leave him to sweat there, and leave him over a long period of time, like the charge tells you that could be a violation. Finally, they enter at 10:55. Okay. Now it's been maybe 7 hours, 8, something like that. And they've given him what? Water and chips. Now, this is where we're talking about, and the charge will tell you, and it's the judge's charge. He's telling you, look, if there's improper inducement, then it's not a voluntary statement. Now, what do they do? First, hey, we want to put in a good word with you for the DA. If you cooperate, there were a lot of ifs in there. Help us, and we'll help you. We will get the picture. We won't. Everything's in the future, you see. Everything's in the future. It's conditional. Cooperate, talk to us. Everything is conditional. It hasn't happened yet. And like I told one of the rangers, why don't you just say no? Say no. We're going to do what we need to do to get into the house. No, we don't give a damn about your picture. And the retirement is very important, the retirement. Oh, I think it was Calderon, was falling out of his chair, trying to convince him, please, we can do it. She shouldn't be left without retirement. I'm going to work on it. I'm telling you, she deserves it. Please, please, please. But it was this. When he talks about isolation, being placed in isolation, that also, I don't know which of the I don't recall right now, but it was Ranger Salinas said, yeah, but you want an isolation, but you're not what? You're not to us. Now, it's not the court talk, okay? And the brought, you see, what it doesn't matter who brought it up. Say no, they can induce him to do something if he gets that. Well, maybe that's not important to him, but the picture was important. Once they learned the picture was important, they start utilizing this inducement. Okay? Now, at after time has passed, no true food, just water, whatever the kid might be going, finally start making statements. Okay? We submit the totality. Now, qualifications that they put up there, yeah, that's his normal self. Military, masters, all that. But you got to look at that in front of you. You have to look at the guy that's in front of you, that was there at that time. Broken, PTSD, migraine headache, some nightmares. That's the guy that was in front of them. And they promised him things, the DA, all that. It was improper. If you read the charge, it's very clear. If you coerce the individual, at some point at that threshold, and it that statement. And the court instruction, because he was reduced, because he was given these promises. It says you must wholly disregard it can happen. And for any one of us that go, well, come on, a picture. Because the DA asked him at the very beginning, did you promise him probation? Did you promise him that you would dismiss the charges? Look, he's been there all this. It's like you have a dog tied down that hasn't been eating or whatever. You know, you want him to roll over. You don't need to give him a ribeye enough, and he'll roll over. You don't need a lot of promises when you have someone in the, because he's talking about, and so the statement was not voluntary. They owe free will. And this is not a popularity contest. It's not because you like it, you don't. It's not your fault. Tactics. It's not your fault. Under your oath, you disregard that statement because it was given involuntary. Not to mention the very beginning, are you willing to give us a statement? No. That should be enough for any of you to say, this guy invoked his Fifth Amendment right off the bat. And this judge is telling me I must disregard it. Now, regarding illegally obtained statements, the charge talks about that there's a lot of laws, you know, that talk about privacy, you know, it's the Fourth Amendment, first of all, your right to privacy. We have Article 1 of the Texas Constitution says the same thing. There's another section in the Code of Criminal Procedure says 3823 says any illegally obtained evidence, you cannot use it against you. Now, let's look at what happened in this rights, again, that I'm speaking of are all of ours. Okay. And not like the state of Texas, okay, you met this applications, we're going to give you this. But rights are yours. They're inherently yours. No one can take them away. Okay. And so, again, you have the Fourth Amendment and the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment. Now, what does it talk about? Seizure of property and search of property. And it does.
So we're not
talk
like
about, again, like I talked against the wall, search of property. Your home, open the door. Let me walk in. I want a session. It's a go-kart or a car, or your motorcycle. You have a privacy interest in there. Now, when the trooper, Obregón, I think, asked him, is this your truck? He said, I'll give you an example because they're talking about abandonment. This is more what abandonment is under the law. A guy with a bag at the airport down.
This is not an evidence. Giving an hypothetical, giving examples, not permitted.
Yes.
Anything that's not consistent with that should be disregarded.
Here, I can tell you any of this, what I think abandonment is. Abandonment is when you put on a bag that has $100,000 and the DEA goes up.
It was a bag.
100,000. Is that your bag? Oh no. Even down. Is that your bag? No, that's not my bag. He said that's the truck. He asserted his interest in that truck and his privacy in that truck. Having said that, what does Ranger Salinas do? Immediately call Turo and secure the truck. That means it's seized. Okay, if you're walking down the sidewalk and the cop says, stop, you are seized. He doesn't have to you. For Fourth Amendment purposes, under the law, you are seized, you're commanded to stay somewhere. Okay? No, nothing
You're
has
detained.
to be manipulated or anything. Minute
seized
refers
to property.
The minute he told Santuro, secure that truck. That truck was seized under law possession.
I agree with that.
Now,
See,
let's talk about exigent circumstances because it's important.
You don't seize people.
Okay. Exigent, what?
Unless you're kidnapping them.
Urgent, pressing, you know,
That's still
pressing circumstances, immediate circumstances. Now, drive away. So if the cop gives some evidence in the car and they go, hey man, we need a search warrant for this car. And the guy comes over, like, hey, I'm going to go to McDonald's, and he starts driving away. That's exigent. We need to search it because it's exigent circumstance. That's one, and it's not possessed. But once it's secure, the exigent circumstances go away. And that car, for all practical purposes, it's like your home. You can't drive away. That car, now that's secure, it can't drive away. And I told Ranger Salinas, could I or could a guy go in and say, hey, let me get into this truck? He said no. We seized for Fourth Amendment purposes that all of us have. Okay. Now, then comes this out here, right? 134, he said, I'm taking pictures. Now, there's two things, two ways on a vehicle like that where you're going to look at stuff. Well, the third one is not really that about the plain view. I brought up plain view. Plain view is your car is stopped at an HE. Car said, oh, it's got a couple of bars and ooh, look at that popcorn. That looks really good. Let's see inside your car. I can't manipulate it. I can't open your door, but I can look. That's plain view. That's okay. What is Ranger Salinas doing? It's on that video. He's shown his slide in there, and he saw the holster. Okay. Then he goes and we have the pictures. He starts opening doors and taking pictures and looking. A search isn't like, well, I have to grab it. No, a search is observing. It's like I go to your house and I open your intimate clothing drawer and I open it.
Oh,
I don't
good Lord,
touch.
man.
Am I searching? Am I looking? Yes, I'm searching. I don't need grabbing stuff.
Not legally.
Search. The minute they open the doors, that truck is being searched. So he has to call and tell him about the toll. Beyond believability that this guy, Ranger Salinas, 29 years, that yesterday or week on a video, finally saw the gun. That's the first thing he was looking for, the gun. Now, why wouldn't he come clean about that?
That sounds weird.
Because, give me like a 10-minute warning. Because he's stuck. Santuro said no inventory search was done. There's only two things you can do, inventory or search. This deal about preservation photos, what the heck is that? There's no such thing in the law about, oh, we did a preservation
I think
search.
our trial is going to be coming
There's no
back.
such thing as a preservation search.
The trial is going to be coming back.
It's either inventory or search.
If you want.
It said no inventory. They're stuck with the stuff. Some bull. Was that plain view thing in the door? Well, then have on the. That's not in plain. The sea. Now he's observing things that were not in plain view. Therefore, and when you're seeing things in plain, it was a. If you're saying they have a search in there, then what's the big deal? Why fight so hard if they're saying, oh, we had probable cause to search? We could have searched it there if we wanted to. You can't have it both. You can't fight it tooth and nail that, we could have searched it, like they're going to claim we could have searched it out there. It was abandoned and all that stuff. Then why fight so hard? Because they know. It was a search. It was one. Once you have a legal search, that's it. Considered, including the gun. So the duck was searched. That was illegal. Now considered thereafter, because we know it wasn't an inventory search, because until assigned, it wasn't an inventory.
No, it's because
of that,
crime guys.
I had to say and like that.
We're going to come right back up with our case. Five seconds from now, we'll be up with our case. They haven't started yet. I don't think we're going to get any commentary on why we abruptly ended questioning, but we might.
Scan on some of the lawyers' laptops. So for just purposes of the record,
He's talking about it.
Takes Exhibit 115, which was a picture taken from somebody in the Tarrant County Criminal DA's office that shows the close-up Prosecutor Diener's screen. And we're just offering that for the record. And then for the record purposes, at that time, once, Judge, you learned of that, you admonished, you instructed the cameras to be turned off. I don't know if they're back on again. I just want to clear that up for record purposes, Your Honor.
Any objection to state 115?
Your Honor.
All right, 115 is amended for purposes of the record.
Judge, just so while we're outside the presence, we've spoken to the camera crew.
I lost audio, guys. Let me check other places. Lovely. Yeah, everyone lost audio. Man, this is rough. It's not me, I promise.
In the history of cybersecurity, one idea has dominated. More people, more product.
Yep, CBS is showing his mouth moving. I have a bad feeling. Yeah, this is about the cameraman, but in talking about the cameraman, all of a sudden audio shut off again. Now camera is raised, and the prosecutor made the comment of, I don't know if the cameras are back on. I'll be super sad if we lose camera access. I mean, I can't imagine the judge doing that. One tiny accident of showing a computer. I've never seen anything like that, but he did order him shut off right away, so. We shall see. Those of you just coming in, joining, we were live for a minute talking about the incident with the cameraman accidentally capturing Miss Dehan's, the prosecutor's laptop with images and then an email on it. I mean, I'm kind of blind. I wasn't really able to see, but he did zoom in, so I'm sure some people were. In that discussion, all of a sudden we've lost audio and moved back to the view of the state seal. So we'll see what's happening. It's amazing how much better these feeds work than the law and crime feed, though. I'm now a believer in that whole theory. Hey, Gremlin, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, get your work done, man. Good to see you, though. I hope our internet over here doesn't go down. I'm just checking Twitter to see if there's any info in the chat there. We're not seeing anything yet. Check Fox 10's chat, or I should say Fox 4's chat. Not seeing any info anywhere. Hopefully they'll bring us right back here. I'm not seeing anything. Stay with me. Sorry about this. So we should be resuming the testimony of the lead crime scene investigator, but I don't know how much testimony they did with the cameras off before going to lunch. So we may be kind of skipping a little bit ahead in our timeline here. Game is joining. I'm not on camera because of on I'll get those resolved this weekend so that I can be with the new ISP. But for now, when we're actually streaming, I'll be off camera. When the stream is down, I'll come back on camera. I should say the feed. I didn't hear anyone tell him to cut the audio. I'm so confused.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm getting some info.
they're still in a sidebar, and what the rule right now is that when they're in sidebar, all the mics have to be cut. Obviously, we're trying to be extra careful. And I, like I was saying right before they started to talk earlier, those of us that have covered trials.
Okay, so it when I'm here, what they're saying on the other channel is that the is a bar, and everyone's trying to be the camera pool is trying to be super cautious right now. They cut all the mics, and they're moving off the judge's face so lips can't be read. I'll just so stick with us here. Hopefully the sidebar goes quickly. Again, I think we should be seeing the lead crime scene investigator back on the stand. Officer as we've dubbed him in the chat. He clearly didn't review his report before explaining. He had a lot of ums and I don't knows. And then I just did it. I just did an Isn't that funny? So yeah, he should be. I don't know how far we're going to skip ahead in the timeline here because the cameras got turned off. I don't know that they went to lunch right when that happened. I suspect there might have been a little bit more testimony because this judge goes right until 12 p.m. Central Time. That's Judge Gallagher. Goes to 12 p.m. Central Time, like on lunch. So there, we might have missed a little bit of testimony. We'll see. Well, we have some dead air. I'm sure you all have liked and subscribed and shared out, but if you haven't, please do. Just checking some things here. All right. Come on, Judge. We've had literally no live content for over 2 hours, Judge. Help me out. Anyone in the chat see what was in the email she was sending? Just kidding. Don't tell me. It was a DA Alicia Diener's laptop that was zoomed in on. First, it showed some like thumbnail images, and then she started to go to email. It looked to like to compose an email before the camera panned back away. We as the chat went back and watched the incident a couple times. I can't for the life of me figure out what that cameraman was thinking. You can say by accident, but he moved to look at the screen, then zoomed in. I don't know if maybe he thought images were coming up, were about to be displayed, and he thought that would be the best way to capture the image being displayed. Doesn't make much sense to me. But they were referencing images at the time that the cameraman showed it, zoomed in on that on Miss Diener's laptop there. If they stay in sidebar too much longer, we might have to go watch it one more time. We won't, but I'm going to mute real quick just to see if I can get any more info from the other channel on what's going on. I'm not hearing anything new. So chat, I mean, I've seen a little bit of the conversation here. If you look elsewhere, there is a ton of conversation around the messy house. And I think it's being spun in a way where folks are saying that and she was shot she was shot because she had a messy house. I do not think that's the argument the defense is making. I I look at the body cam and the angle that he had in the house, and it looked like it was ransacked. Now remember, no one's arguing. It looked like the house was ransacked exclusively. We have to remember that the call coming in was for an open structure. When a call comes in for an open structure, the first thing that goes through an officer's mind is burglary. That's um, yeah, the first thing that goes through an officer's mind is burglary. So then you come up, the angle you see really does look ransacked. And we're not talking about the fact that there's a few things on the floor. There's kids' toys out. Like if you actually look at the full view of the house, um, if you look at the full view of the house, it's not that messy. Um, if you look at it from the one specific angle that the officer would have seen, you see open cabinets, open drawers, a few things strewn about on the floor. Putting yourself in the mind of really anybody, what our brains do is they say, okay, I see this small piece of the pie. I'm going to extrapolate and say, wow, if this is if 100% of what I am seeing looks ransacked, I would imagine the rest of the house looks ransacked. Right or wrong, I have a lot of how a lot of our brains work, or how a lot of us process through things. So you have to put that into context with talking about the messy house. We just lost the feed again. Yeah, so I'm on a channel with a reporter. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. They're not going to copyright us. I'm going to pull up the channel with the reporter that's trying to get more info. Give me give me a minute. They're kind of, she's kind of being funny. She's yelling at her audience right now. Switch feeds. 1 second. She's yelling at the audience. Folks, it's literally the same feed. You cannot be seeing something different on another channel. She's right, but I would never yell at you guys like that. It's WFAA. And it sounds like they have a reporter in the courtroom that is finding out more about what is going on. So 1 second, let me find that feed real quick. I'm unfortunately having to watch things and do things on multiple devices because my ISP sucks. All right, so we're gonna have some commentators on here. I'm gonna make sure I interject because I don't want to be stealing their intellectual property, but I also do want us to be able to hear what's going on, and they have a reporter in the courtroom. So let me pull them up. So the commentator here is a defense attorney. I haven't heard a lot of what she saard
what was
said,
in
but
her
I would just
system,
imagine a
what kind of
defense attorney.
medication she was on, the stress.
Let's see what she has to say here.
We're actually here to try to decide. And to be clear, the question is what it's not whether or not a murder was committed. A murder was committed. And he, in fact, has to basically essentially say, yes, I did murder this person. It's defense. He has to actually admit, and they are. There's no question that a murder was committed, that a murder happened.
Is a legal
The
term.
question that is going to be answered by this jury is whether or not it was done in self-defense.
Right, right.
Hey, Maddie,
And,
trial's going okay. We've
and you think he's going to have to testify?
cameras had to be turned off for a little while because
as a defense attorney, I don't want my clients to testify.
The pool
but
cameraman
in cases where we're talking about self-defense, you almost kind of have to, the defendant has to testify as to what his frame of mind was.
Totally right. You don't always have to testify.
I would be
Dean Cummings, for example. There was absolutely no reason for Dean Cummings to testify.
But as a defense attorney, it makes me kind of nervous to have.
You don't want to put your client on the stand.
Okay.
Oh, she's getting some info here. Oh, we're back.
At this stage of the trial,
Look at it.
A balancing test would need to be made if the state intends to offer these numbered exhibits. If you're in the guilt innocence phase.
What are they? What numbers?
88, 89, 90.
Guys, you don't understand how excited I am to be back live on this.
Offer a picture of the real life of Atatiana Jefferson. Some of them have family members in them.
I'm going to switch back to my Fox 4 feed one time. I'm sorry. But I really like that feed better. I'll be quick. I promise.
All of these.
And I'll tell you guys what's going on as I pull it up. Okay, here we go. We're back up with our Fox feed. Our Fox 4 feed is just nice and clear, and I don't know why it seems to run a little faster. We're 4 seconds away. Oh, they're not back live. All you can see here on the Fox 4 feed is you can hear the audio. We'll go back to the other one. I'm sorry. We won't leave again.
Yeah, I'm just
talking. I don't know what evidence they're talking about, but they're saying the judges ruled some evidence. Now, some evidence can come in the punishment phase. If you were here earlier, during one of our unintended breaks, we went through the Texas trial. Most of us are used to seeing for like capital cases. Where
the photos of her and the photo
you have the guilt
of
or
Zion,
innocence phase,
because the
and then you have the
jurors
punishment
have heard
phase.
from Zion. The photos with the other members is for an issue of punishment if we get there. Okay. Judge, I understand that the state's gonna be playing the other portions of Zion's interview. When they played the other part yesterday, the audio was only like a 55 to 60%. We asked it to be turned up, just like they turned up Dean's body camera to 100%, so the jury can hear what Zion's saying.
Do you have it
And so the
on the
public can hear it,
desktop,
sir.
Ms. Diener? The new,
I do. You want to practice that?
yeah, let's pull that up and let's see how, let's pull it real quick so we can see the
You
volume.
were talking about your Aunt Atatiana, and you're talking about the weapon that she had. How do you remember what that weapon looked like?
That's good. That's good. Okay.
It's not
All
good.
right,
We
that's
can't
fine.
hear Zion, dude.
So the volume that the
I'll try to boost on
interview
my
was
end
just
if we
played
get
at, that would be the volume I would play it at in front of the jury. Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Everybody good to go?
Defense is ready. State's ready.
All right, bring in the jury.
I'm so excited to have this back up and live. I think we'll be way more on our sidebars now. We've seen that in other trials, though. Is my audio not good? I don't seem to be having any streaming issues right now, so if audio is bad, let me know. It's probably something with my mic. The cord audio seems to be mostly fixed. There's still a little bit of background hum, but not bad.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. I apologize for the delay. The lawyers and I have been working, okay? Mr. Smith, who do you have next?
Your Honor, before the state calls another witness, the state would offer State's Exhibit 116. for
Man,
all
so we
purposes.
miss it.
It is another
They
excerpt.
finished with that last witness and didn't get to see it.
Are agreed by both the
It wasn't that compelling.
ability, and we would offer it at this time.
Any objections to 116?
No, Your Honor.
116 is admitted?
Permission to publish using the smart board.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about your Aunt Atatiana, and you're talking about the weapon that she had. How do you remember what that weapon looked like?
It looked like a pistol. It had like anyone and so
Can you all hear him?
like a gray thing right here.
There's a hole in the front and a breaking right here. Excuse me. And you said you thought ammo,
Yeah,
where was
Greg.
the ammo?
And for the record, Greg, the audio this morning was not my fault.
One of them was on the floor because she got an ammo tank on the floor.
What do you mean she has an ammo tank on the floor?
Like she got an ammo on the set, like.
I'm going to be quiet so we can hear him.
Like she got an extra and it's on the floor,
Where is it on the floor?
by the window.
By the window? Is it always on the floor by the window, or did she put it there?
Always by the door, always by the window.
Always by the window.
I don't think she could have picked that up.
Okay. And you said that she got that weapon out of her purse. Where does she usually keep that weapon?
In her purse.
In her purse?
She used to have a case to put it in,
Mhm.
but now I don't know what it is, because like, she told me.
Any different guns in her house? Okay. Are you allowed to touch that gun?
No.
State calls Dr. Richard Freeze.
Dr. Freeze?
I'm going to leave quality where it is for now. If I keep getting that leg, I'm going to drop it. My apologies in advance if I have to, but I think things will stabilize.
solemnly swear affirm testimony given this will be the truth and nothing but the truth, self you God.
I so swear.
Rule of
Okay, well, I'm gonna
evidence is
reduce
in
it.
effect. Don't case with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Dr. Freeze,
Sorry.
would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Richard Christian Freeze. I'm a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been over at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 10 years.
You said you're a deputy medical examiner. What's that mean?
We are forensic pathologists. We investigate, in particular, our office is concerned with determining the cause and manner in which people died, and in particular, deaths that are not natural or suspicious in nature.
Nice stash, man.
Okay, so what's it mean to be a forensic pathologist?
That again goes to, we usually perform autopsies and death investigations into determining the cause and manner of individuals.
How does somebody become a forensic pathologist?
I did my undergraduate training at the University of Texas, Dallas, in biology. Following that, I went on to do my medical training at the University of North Health Science Fort Worth. My Medical College of Virginia, Virginia Commonwealth University, and then went on to do subspecialty training in forensic pathology. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Okay, so how does all that stuff help you be a forensic pathologist?
So we use that medical training and knowledge of pathology in our examination of deceased individuals in order to elicit and come to a conclusion as to what caused their death.
I'm pretty sure that's what.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they
So you
announced it
just- some-
or
you know, some
pronounced
people
it Freeze.
Like a pediatrician, you chose this route.
That's correct.
So where did you work at before the Tarrant County ME's office?
Prior to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, I was in Richmond, Virginia. I worked as a local medical examiner for about 2 years there.
And was that your first job out of school?
Yeah, aside from residency.
Where did you do your residency?
Virginia Commonwealth University Medical College of Virginia Hospital System.
So have you testified as an expert and a forensic pathologist all across the Texas?
Yes, in many jurisdictions.
Yeah. And you've done it in Virginia too?
I have not in Virginia.
Oh, not Virginia. And you testified in this courtroom, as a matter of fact, I mean, not necessarily in this actual room, but in the 396th District Court where Judge Gallagher is the elected judge.
Yes.
Right? So as a forensic pathologist in October of 2019.
I was.
And as a result of working there at the Tarrant County ME's office in October of 2019, did you have the opportunity to perform an autopsy on an individual named Atatiana Jefferson?
I did.
So could you just kind of give a brief synopsis of how you do an autopsy?
Okay. So deaths will be reported to our office, how this generally begins. They can be reported by anyone. Most commonly, it will be by the police, first responders, hospitals, and we have staff on hand 24 hours who will assign that case a unique identifying number throughout the process. Our investigators will take the call, take down the information regarding that, and then depending upon the circumstances, may also actually go out to the location, the scene where the body is at, and acquire additional information, both from individuals who are present for that, perhaps family members who provide medical history. We'll then bring the body into our office. We'll performing an external examination where we'll look at the body as it arrives, documenting the clothing that's present, any medical intervention that may be in place from attempted resuscitation. We'll then clean the body off, make general documentations of standard information, hair
he's
color,
gonna give us
height, weight, things of that nature. and clean the
We
body
know
off
she
and
died
document
by
any
gunshot wound.
injuries, any evidence of disease. Then we'll proceed to do an internal examination.
Questions are going to be
where
really
we will open up the
telling in
standard
terms of what
incision
closing
and
arguments
reflect
are
the
going to be.
scalp so we can examine the internal organs and again look at them for any evidence of injury, trauma, or disease processes. During that, we'll collect specimens as necessary for additional testing.
So exactly on what day did you perform the autopsy on Atatiana Jefferson?
That was the 13th day of October, 2019.
Around what time?
11:30 a.m.
So
The 13th day of
whenever you
October.
began the examination, what did you find on Atatiana?
Most prominently was
He's
she had
far from
sustained a
Dr.
gunshot wound to her torso with an entry wound in the left upper chest.
Were there any other injuries on Tatiana?
There
On the outside.
On the outside, there was what we refer to sometimes as pseudo-stippling or fragments from glass that had embedded in her skin.
Pseudo-stippling, that's a new
Okay,
term.
you said that. Could you walk us through what is pseudo-stippling?
When a bullet is discharged from a gun, not just the bullet, as the gun is ignited and propels the bullet out of the barrel, we can see other stuff sometimes is projected with that. Gunpowder, soot from the combustion of the gunpowder. And if an individual is close enough to the barrel, that may be deposited on the skin and it can give a pattern. We'll describe whether soot is present if we have that, or a stippling or tattooing pattern from the gunpowder striking the skin can cause a small defect and perhaps even embed in the skin. In cases where we have the bullet may strike another object before it goes on to strike the individual, portions of that object off and travel in the direction as well. And those can also deposit themselves on the skin and cause defects.
So what's the difference between stippling and pseudo-stippling?
Stippling is the term we use for when it is caused by that gunpowder. And pseudo-stippling is a general term for something that may appear like that, but is caused by something other than gunpowder.
And in researching this case, prepared for your autopsy, did you learn that the projectile bullet passed that?
Yes.
So you expected to see this?
Not necessarily expected. It is a possibility. Obviously, there's a lot of additional variables, just like with, you may see that deposit, the stippling from a gun deposit if they're close enough. You will also only see that if the individual is close enough to the object for those to travel and strike the individual.
Were there any other external injuries?
No.
Well, I mean, were there some, I mean, there was a IO needle in the shin, right?
There was a medical care present. No, I would generally will list that under my autopsy reports under medical intervention.
So what was your next step in the autopsy of the Atatiana?
Following the external examination, then proceeded to the internal exam to document the injuries and and there was no egg wound present to reveal that a bullet was identifiable.
What did you find?
I really don't want to drop quality further.
So the bullet passed the muscle and the of seated through the diaphragm, injured the liver, the right kidney, and then ended up in the right back with a small fracture of the right 12th rib. And next to that, the bullet was recovered.
Now, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
If you would please, would you look at State's exhibits 71 through 87 inclusively, just to yourself without showing them to the jury?
Now, these are probably going to be all autopsy photos. I have no problem with them trying to admit those in bulk. It's all the same thing.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 71 through 87 inclusively?
I do.
And are they pictures taken during the autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
Yes,
And they truly accurately depict what you saw while performing this autopsy?
they do.
And that is it, including the projectile that was recovered as well as an X-ray so you could find the projectile in her body?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 71 through 87 inclusively for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel for review.
Mr. Good, you previously, outside the presence of the jury, objected to States Exhibits 75, 76, 80, 82, 83, and 84. Do you renew those objections?
We do, Your Honor, and I apologize for not standing. I'm looking through these.
How do you object to autopsy photos? Maybe there's something else.
So other than those, I object to any of the remaining photographs.
No further objection.
And you renew your objections previously. All right, those are overruled. States Exhibits 71 through 86 are admitted, and you may have a running objection to the photographs that you objected, and I overruled your objection.
Did you say 71 through 86?
This judge is not
86.
substained. I almost said substained. I said
71 through
substained.
87
This judge has not
Got it.
sustained a single
87 is
objection, I don't
admitted.
think.
Permission to publish
Yep.
using the smartboard.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes, sir.
There's a later format if you want.
All right, first, we're going to show you what's in, first, I'm going to show you State Exhibit 71. What are we looking
Yeah,
at?
thank you.
Here we're looking at Ms. Jefferson's hands, in this case, the right hand. Standard procedure to photograph the hands, particularly in.
I'm confused why you would have objected to the autopsy.
Back of the hand and now looking at the palm.
State Exhibit 73,
And then the left hand
74.
and the palm of the left hand.
All right, State Exhibit 75. What's the jury seeing here?
So in this photograph, we're looking at the upper chest and neck of Miss Jefferson. We can see the hand as it's positioned there. And we can see many of these multiple small superficial kind of punctate defects. And this is the pseudo-stippling caused from the glass fragments striking the body.
So each and every one of those is a little piece of glass?
Yes.
Oh my.
State Exhibit 76.
Here we've similar picture. We can see a little more of the neck. Here's the chin, and we can see a little more of the chest and the deposition of the glass and the defects caused by it.
And the bottom, from our bottom, that's her neck.
Yes, this is her chin here, the neck, the right shoulder, and then the chest here.
Okay, State Exhibit 77.
This is a close-up of the defects, again, caused by that glass on the right shoulder.
Why aren't they all the same size?
As glass fragments, you will get different sizes for that. And so there's a lot of variability with that depending upon the type of glass.
Okay.
This prosecutor has such a
And what about State Exhibit 77?
better way of asking
In
questions
this
than the other
picture,
one.
we can see both in the background the defects we were looking at earlier, and additional, we can see more of those present on her face.
Are they, go back to 78, please. Are they even on her lips?
Yes.
So those small pieces of glass were traveling fast enough to break the skin
Yes.
and then bleed. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my.
They're largely superficial. They don't penetrate deeply through the skin, but.
And can we see something in the top upper left corner of State Exhibit 78?
Yes, and there we can see the entry gunshot wound.
Okay. State Exhibit 79.
79 is, again, looking at the right upper chest and shoulder where we saw those. Previously. 80, we're again looking at the upper chest and the face. We can see the pseudostippling caused by the glass and the entry gunshot wound on the left upper chest.
Okay. What about State's Exhibit 81? What are we seeing there?
This is a close-up of the entry gunshot wound. We can see it's a little oval in shape. There's abrasions around the margin, and we don't see any gunpowder or soot that I previously described there.
Would you, from what you know of this case, the bullet going through the window, would you have expected to see the soot?
I wouldn't in that scenario, no. But it's something we always look for.
And why not?
Because there is a target interposed between the firing of the gun and the individual.
And I know there's no soot there around that bullet wound, but is that what you would expect? Is that how a bullet wound looks on human skin?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 82. So what is this a picture of?
This is interior surface of the heart. See the defect caused by the bullet.
And you, with your laser pointer, for purpose of the record, you pointed to a very dark, almost cavity in the right portion of the heart, maybe a little bit to the lower half on the right side, looking at the picture on the right side of the photo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is that where the bullet went into the heart?
Yes.
Where did it strike the heart exactly?
Shot through the.
So it went into the heart at the anterior surface and involved the left ventricle. So the left side of the heart here is the left ventricle that pumps all the blood out to the rest of your body. So it's the largest chamber here, and then this being the right side. So it went through the left ventricle, and then there's what we call the interventricular septum. There's a septum that divides the right and left ventricles. It proceeded through that and then through the right side of the heart.
Judge, if I could interject briefly, the witness appears to be breathing from something up there on the witness stand as he answers the question.
You're referring to his report, you wish to see what he's looking at? Okay. Okay, don't read from it, just use it to refresh your memory, okay?
So what happens when it goes through a heart like this?
A few things. Blood will exit the heart. The heart is.
He's not going to look down at his report once
pumps
again.
blood to the rest of your body.
He doesn't need to.
With a hole in the chambers, as the heart continues to pump, that blood will exit the heart, and it will enter into both the pericardial tract around there and into the chest around there. And as the chest fills up with blood, that will compress the lungs and make breathing more difficult as well. And with that blood loss, we will have an inability to provide oxygen to the brain and other tissues that will cause eventual death.
How fast would you expect the blood to be coming out of the heart with a wound like that in it?
Pretty quickly, especially with an injury to the left ventricle.
Go on to State's Exhibit 83. What is this a picture of?
Here we're looking at the liver, and this is looking at the backside of the liver with the gallbladder here, the brain, and we can see the wound path continuing. After it goes through the diaphragm, it continues through the liver here, causing this destruction of tissue.
The witness has used the red to point to the injury. This type of injury just on the liver, is this bad?
Yes, the liver is also highly vascular. A lot of your blood passes through that in order to metabolize substances. It has a lot of function for that. So you can expect a larger liver injury like this as well.
Okay, State Exhibit 84, what is this?
Here we're looking at the right kidney, and we can similarly see the defect there caused by the wound path injuring the whole of the kidney.
And that bullet got a lot of organ.
Record, you were pointing at the top quarter portion or top third portion of the kidney in State Exhibit 84.
Tragic.
Right?
That's correct.
So what about just this wound itself? Could this be a fatal wound?
Yes, it can. A lot of blood, when it leaves the heart and is pumped down through the aorta, blood will then go off to the kidneys, and the kidneys also serve as a filtering function for that. Because of that, a lot of your blood volume, when it's pumped, goes through there, so you can have extensive bleeding from kidney injuries.
And so this may sound like a dumb question, but the human body is filled with blood. Why? I mean, is it bad when there's blood where there shouldn't be blood?
That's the dumbest thing
What I mean by that is it good to have just free flowing blood in the chest cavity?
No.
That's a dumb question that doesn't need to be asked.
Just a loss
I've
of
never
blood.
heard that
You
question
don't have
asked
it in
to a medical
your
examiner.
vasculature in order to provide oxygen and nutrients to your tissues that will, cause damage to them. Will frequently prove to as lack of oxygen to those tissues. I believe we may
That's
have
a question that
other
would
problems
leave me saying,
caused by
"Oh
blood
man, this
in- in-
You just think I'm an idiot."
It's out collects that will put pressure on the lungs, keeping them from expanding and inhibiting breathing, which will further exacerbate the inability to oxygenate your blood.
So would you be surprised if earlier in the trial a paramedic had said they had worked on Atatiana Jefferson for 20 minutes and she never breathed on her own?
That wouldn't
Have a good day, One Bite Mama.
And they
Hope everything's
never
all
had
right.
a pulse,
That wouldn't surprise me either.
and they never had an electrical reading from the heart.
Again, I wouldn't be surprised by that. This is a very a lethal wound.
But they see State Exhibit 85. So what is State Exhibit 85?
This is the bullet that was recovered from her back.
Okay, is that normally how bullets look whenever the actual projectile, when you see them after they've been shot?
That's not uncommon, depending upon the type of ammunition. Many types of bullets are designed to open up to disperse the energy into the individual and keep from penetrating through and striking someone else.
Okay. State Exhibit 86.
I like how he described
This is
that.
the bullet from the side.
And is that kind of a better picture of it opening up so it kind of disperses that energy?
Yes.
And then State Exhibit 87, what is that?
This is the radiograph or X-ray of, particularly we can see the pelvis here, bottom of the rib cage, and the bullet on the right side.
So after it was shot, and that's what it did she have any chance at surviving that wound?
These are very, would not expect somebody to survive them.
So, your heart's above your liver, which is above your kidney. How would you explain the bullet traveling in that path?
So when we describe directions of wound paths, we'll generally describe them in a standard anatomic position, where an individual is standing face forward, arms at the side, palms out. And then we'll describe that position from the back, front, etc. I can't tell you what position an individual was in when they were shot. Based off that, that's why we standardize that.
But would it be consistent with someone who's maybe leaning forward?
Yes, there's a downward trajectory for that. So that's a frequent scenario we'll see with downward trajectories, that if somebody is leaning forward would explain that.
Well, would she have?
What if he's just taller?
Died quickly with a wound like this?
Yes, it would be pretty quick.
Well, if we've seen some body camera footage that showed her groaning and moaning, did that surprise you in any way?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Why is that not surprising?
It wouldn't necessarily be immediate as with the injury to the heart, it is going to take some time for that blood to leave the body. The lack of oxygen delivered to those tissues and subsequently brain function and the shutting down of the body will take some time.
Have you ever heard of a term called agonal breathing?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's frequently a term used to describe somebody as the brain is shutting down. You may even continue because it is a lower, breathing's a lower function, a more essential function in the brain. That'll continue for longer after other regions of the brain may no longer be viable.
That's the death rattle, I think.
Taking a gun, pointing it at somebody, pulling the trigger, is that an act really dangerous to human life?
I think so.
I mean, it clearly was in this case, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's another term of art, what does cause of death mean?
So cause of death is what
See,
we
that
use to
question
describe the injury or
cuts
disease
both ways,
process that caused someone to die.
Pointing a gun
Common
at
example
someone
of that might be a heart disease.
would result
What was
in the
your
same.
finding the cause of death in your autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
It was a gunshot wound to the torso.
And what does manner of death mean?
So manner of death is how we classify deaths. As the classifications are natural deaths, which are due entirely to a natural disease process.
So he gets to
accidental
have him
deaths
say homicide
where,
here.
common example, overdoses. Suicides are when the person inflicts the death upon themselves, and then homicide is death at the hands of another person.
And what was your ruling for the manner of death in your autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
Homicide.
You passed the witness.
Cross-examination.
Man, these are going fast.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You doing all right this afternoon?
I am.
Your manner of death, homicide, suicide, accident, there's also an undetermined, correct?
Yes, there is.
And in this case, you determined the cause of death to be homicide, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, that's a medical term, is that right?
Yes.
More of a functional term, I would say.
Okay.
Well, I guess it's not synonymous with murder, is it?
That's correct. We don't make determinations of murder. That's left to triers of fact.
Okay, so murder's a legal term, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
It has a specific legal definition in the state of Texas. And a theories and set of justifications that apply to a murder case also, is that right?
I'm not a lawyer, but that's my understanding.
You were describing earlier the path that you described to this bullet as it traveled through Ms. Jefferson's body.
He did a pretty good job of taking the sting out of the word homicide.
Either I could demonstrate on myself or you could demonstrate on yourself. Did you show the jury where, if you were use your body to demonstrate Ms. Jefferson's body, show the jury where the bullet entered her body?
So it was on the left upper chest, as we saw in the pictures in this, both this area.
And where did you locate the projectile that you located?
The bullet was in the soft tissue of the right side of the back near the 12th rib.
So it went across.
And the entry, you do some measurements when you do an autopsy, is that right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the measurement that you described to the entry wound was 11 inches below the top of her head?
Yes.
And you can feel free to
This was 11 inches below the top of the head.
11 inches from top of head to entry gunshot wound, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where you located the bullet was down here in the lower back, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you measure the location of the projectile?
Yes.
And what was the measurement you got?
But that was 21 inches below the top.
I'm super curious at where he's going with this.
So
I mean, the 11
is it
inches
fair statement that
below the head
the
is
projectile was
obvious.
located 10 inches lower than the entry gunshot wound?
Yes.
So from here, from entry gunshot wound up here to the location where it was found is a 10-inch space, is that right?
That's correct.
So the bullet traveled through her body in a covered path.
Yes.
Fair statement?
Yes.
Did it also travel from her left to her right?
That's correct.
You measured it to be from the front center of her body, you measured it to be 4.5 inches to the left of the front center of her body?
Yes.
And in the rear of her, where the projectile was located, you measured that from the posterior midline, the back, the middle of the back, is that right?
That's correct.
But you described the direction looking at it from the front, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Again, the direction we described as in standard anatomic position.
So the bullet ended up being 4 inches to the left of her backbone as you look at it from the front.
No, we turn the body over to measure it from the back when we recover that. So, but it is the midline and the back and the front are in the same.
So let's look at your
I think maybe you're hit on why, but
at the bottom of page 5.
Mm-hmm.
The bullet is recovered from the subcutaneous tissue of the right lower back, 21 inches below the top of the head, and 4 inches left of the posterior midline.
Yes.
So
Posterior is back.
it is back, isn't it?
Yes.
It was 4 inches to the left of the posterior midline,
Oh,
right?
yes, that appears to be a typo on my part. That should have been 4 inches to the right.
Okay.
That's not
Stand
a
up and show
typo.
the jury. Let's forget all about the directionality and everything. I'll show the jury where it was.
It's kind of a big mistake.
So not only did the bullet travel from top to bottom in a downwards direction, it also traveled from left to right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you show the jury
That's
how
correct.
Miss Jefferson would have been facing the weapon that struck her?
Again, I can't tell you the position of the body in any given instance.
Well, did the bullet deflect as it entered her body?
I don't have anything to suggest that.
Okay. Well, then it traveled in a straight line path, right?
Generally, they do.
Okay. And they generally travel in a straight line path from the muzzle to the target too, don't they?
That's correct.
All right. So the fair statement that she had to have been facing the
He's
weapon.
coming at him. I like.
It was consistent with her facing the weapon and leaning forward.
And also she was facing it in a bladed stance. She wasn't facing directly center on, was she?
Oh.
Yeah, that would be consistent with her being turned somewhat to the to her right.
To her right, which is this way, correct?
Correct.
So relative to the bullet, she's down like this and twisted to her right slightly.
That would be consistent with the wound path.
So
Interesting.
you described her being based upon your data report that was provided to you, that there was an intermediate target between the muzzle of the weapon and Miss Jefferson. Is that right?
Yes,
And you understood that to be a glass window, correct?
that's correct.
So based upon your testimony, tell me if this is a fair statement, that the glass window stopped whatever gunpowder was ejected from the muzzle of the weapon. Is that right?
That could be that'll depend on the distance of the firearm window.
But that's certainly a glass window would do that if the firearm was close enough to it.
Yes.
But then also at the same time, when the bullet entered the glass window, it created a fracture in the window, which caused the window to shatter and create these particles that
we see on Ms. Jefferson's face and upper torso.
Yes, that's correct.
And it would be a fair statement that based on the laws of physics, that when the bullet entered the window, that the material spread out in a cone shape from the window.
That's a common understanding of that, yeah.
So it's from a small defect in the window, the size of a bullet, that's how it got in the larger pattern on Miss Jefferson's body. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you make any statement as to how close she is to the window when she suffers the gunshot?
No.
Actually,
Do you have any idea how far the glass particles might travel?
No, there's a lot of variability depending upon particular targets, interposed targets, and there's a lot of variability even in like different types of glass. And,
Well, in a case like this where we could you could open up your, right?
I probably could make a request for that.
And the police department would probably even furnish you the exact weapon that was used to fire the projectile. Is that right?
They probably would.
And then there's some experience.
I
prosecutors,
recommend that more
judges
be
know
for
how the
a
whole
firearms
system
expert
works.
or
They're asking better
an
questions
engineer for
than you.
that type of a study.
You could have had this, right? Than I usually hear.
Could be.
Your office doesn't do autopsy, isn't that right?
We do have a crime lab as well.
Oh, wow.
You have a crime lab that contains a DNA laboratory?
Yes.
You do DNA comparison work?
Yes.
You have a firearms lab?
Yes.
You also have a trace laboratory?
Yes, it's been discontinued.
You know what this
I do not recall.
What is a trace lab? What type of work does a trace laboratory perform?
Frequently, they do examinations on things, trace evidence like
If anyone wants to know how to
yes, so they will
cross a
do
medical
scanning electron
examiner,
microscope to examine
this is how you
for
do it.
gunshot residue.
In this case, when Ms. Jefferson's body was presented to you, work around
don't show that they were.
what is involved in swabbing the person's hands for gunshot residue?
We use stubs to collect particles from an individual's hands or to test those particles or any material that might be there for whether or not gunshot residue is present.
Was that done in this case?
The stubs were collected. I did not the police to whether or not to run them.
Did the police run them?
What kind of evidence can those SEM scanning electron microscope stubs reveal?
They are used to detect the presence of gunshot residue.
And that can tell you whether or not the person was in proximity of a handgun, is that right?
Not exactly. Interpreting gunshot residue is very complicated. So, for instance, they have been in the vicinity of a fired weapon. They may have handled a weapon that had been previously fired. They may have had contact with a surface that was in the vicinity of a fired weapon, or individuals who have washed their hands. We may not find it in that scenario. And there's variability based on ammunition. Some ammunition doesn't show up as well on gunshot residue.
whatever the testing might reveal, that wasn't done in this case, was it?
Such testing would not help me determine cause or manner of death.
The police department didn't ask for the testing to be performed either.
I don't know.
Who would know?
I would ask the police.
You said they would ask you, dipshit.
And Ms. Jefferson, she had evidence of life-saving measures, is that right?
That's correct.
So, someone probably would value attempt to save Ms. Jefferson.
Yes.
Back at the time that you performed this autopsy, Dr. Kirwani was
That's
Dr. Kirwani has had a new medical exam.
Guys, I'm going to drop the audio a little bit more. Sorry.
That's correct.
Man, that's fuzzy. I'll bring it back up as soon as my internet stabilizes.
One of the things he used to testify to in a case like this was that if this injury had occurred to this individual in the ER, it's likely that they would not have been saved. Is that the circumstance in this case?
Are you asking me what he testified to?
No, man. I'm asking you what, if this, we had, is it likely that this individual would not have been saved?
I would not expect them to survive this even in that scenario.
Even if the gunshot wound had occurred in the middle of an emergency room?
Yes.
That devastating.
Yes.
In addition to the therapeutic intervention that you saw, did you also notice that Ms. Jefferson had an insulin pump? Did she wear an insulin pump?
Yes.
And did she also have a catheter that introduced that insulin into her body?
Yes.
And where was that located?
That was present on her, tucked into her sweatpants.
Did you take custody of the insulin pump as part of your inquest and autopsy?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to download does the insulin pumps typically have a memory device of some kind?
Some, it depends upon the model.
Did you inspect this one to see if it had a memory?
I did not.
Did you attempt to download the data?
I did not.
Did
not.
We'll pass it.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Dr. Freeze, if you'll step down and just remain
It
in
is
the
Dr.
back for me.
Freeze.
Okay, appreciate it.
He asked him to remain in the back. I don't know why. Guys, I'm going to try to switch this feed one more time back to that Fox. It was working so much better. All right, guys. Ashley Carr is coming up as soon as I get the screen up. I think that's the sister's aunt.
My name is Ashley Carr. I'm the older sister to
Tell the jury
a little bit about y'all's family. Let's start with, are you Nicole?
Yes,
I know I'm not supposed to ask a lady this, but how old are you?
38.
She's quiet.
What are their siblings? What are their names? How old are they?
After me, it's my brother Darius Carr.
Go to the mic, you freaking prosecutor.
He's 34. Then after
And is it Darius? Is he over there behind me or by that side?
yes,
He's been here all week.
yes.
Amber.
Correct.
This is loud.
So y'all's mom was who?
Yolanda Carr.
Tell me where you guys grew up.
In the neighborhood of Dallas called Oak Cliff, Texas.
And when did y'all live? And where did you go to college?
I received my Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics from Texas Southern University. I also have a Master's of Science in Finance from University of St. Thomas in Houston.
Dang.
Bachelor's in mathematics.
Yes.
That was my worst subject. That's why I became a lawyer. So what do you?
We're making a
Currently,
math joke.
I work for Deloitte Engagement Financial Advisor.
And so just your day to day, are you working like a 9 to 5 job?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean exactly? That you said, what's your specific title?
I'm an engagement financial advisor. We have clients that hire us to make sure that they have whatever projects they have, that we make sure that they stay on budget on all parts.
So you'll grow up in Dallas. So tell me about Atatiana. Where did she go to?
I graduated from Xavier University, I think in like 2014.
So right after college, where did she go? She moved immediately in with Yolanda or go somewhere else?
After college, Tay came home. She moved in with my mom, and she stayed there for maybe like a year or so. And then she moved out to, wanted to have her own wings. But then when we started getting, our mother started becoming ill, she decided that it would be best for her to move home to help my mother, because it was a long drive from Dallas to Fort Worth of her coming out here to help, as well as for her to start saving so that she can go to medical school. She wanted, because she's had it since she was very young.
So she moves in with mom, you said in 2015 or so?
April of 2019.
2019. So
Uh-huh.
she moved in.
She moved in, moved out, moved back in.
So April of 2019 is when she moved in, before this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I have volume 400% boosted. These lawyers just are not talking in their mic.
That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine, but what I'm saying is, let's move on.
Okay, so asking you about when she moved into that house, are you familiar with that particular neighborhood?
More familiar now.
Okay. Throughout the course of this trial?
Yes.
All right. During the time when this happened in October, were you living outside of Fort Worth or where were you living?
I live in Houston.
Do you still live there?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So inside of that house in October of 2019, who all lived there?
Atatiana, Zion, and my mother Yolanda.
How long
About a couple weeks, because Amber was in hospital as well.
Amber's in the hospital, your mom's in the hospital. So who is taking care of Zion those few weeks that that's happening?
So Atatiana is taking care of Zion.
Is she working during that time?
Yeah, she works at home. She works from home.
Doesn't really matter, but I was in the hospital. I'm going to drop a little bit of quality here.
Side door. My mom's side door is always open. It's one of those, you just pull up and come on in type house.
Would she leave the door unlocked?
Yes.
She keep that front door shut.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hint, good question. And that already got called out once. She can't really go to the character of her sister.
91.
The judge cut her off when she started talking about wanting to be a doctor to cure diabetes.
Okay, can you tell me State's Exhibit 90?
I don't know fully what the relevance is here yet.
State's Exhibit
Defense has objected to a lot of the exhibits.
Who is that?
Atatiana.
You can show a little bit of like,
Is our cousin slash nephew. Well, that's my nephew.
you can show a little bit of
I'm sorry.
testimony on like the loss,
This is
but the judge is going to keep it really reined in.
Go ahead.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
And then, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. You said Zion, Tatiana, and then who is the other boy to the left?
our little cousin, Daleon.
And then 92, what is that?
Tatiana at her graduation.
Is that graduation from high school or from college?
College.
Do these all fairly and accurately depict Tatiana and the way that she looked as an adult? Listen to when this happened.
Deb, I hate that you can bring any of this in, but
90. Do you know where that was taken?
Yes.
Where?
In San Diego. We had did our first siblings trip to San Diego to see our brother because that's where he's currently stationed in the Navy.
Are we offer States Exhibit 90, 91, and 92? And this is shown to the council.
Okay. States 90, 91, 92 are admitted. Yes, Mr. Hicks.
Looking here at States Exhibit 90, you said that was a trip to San Diego?
Mhm.
Then yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And if you said it's where Darius was.
Hang on. Might have gone.
judge dropped something.
Yes. He's in the Navy.
Siblings all go? Is it all of you guys that go?
Yes.
And when was that? Who are we looking at here?
Zion and Tatiana.
The little boy to the left, is that?
That's Daleon.
And now States Exhibit 92.
That's Tatiana at her graduation from Xavier University. Sometimes.
Cross.
Yeah, I didn't think they don't have any questions for it.
On the desk, step down.
The only reason they would have had questions if she was like known to point guns or something like that, but I don't think that's the case. All right, we're on a sidebar. Sorry about the stream quality. It's dropping a little bit this afternoon, but I'll fix as soon as I can. Deb asked what is the relevance of this witness, and you tell me. It's to show. There's an actual term of art for this, and I can't remember it, but it's to show that she was a person, that she had a personality, that there's someone behind the quote unquote crime, but it has to be super limited. I think they did a fairly good job of keeping it limited, both the prosecution and the judge. Let's hope we don't have another 2-hour sidebar.
Do outside of your presence. So if you'll retire to your
Oh.
jury room, and I'll come back with some other instructions, okay? Thank you very much.
There's going to be some argument here. Or the prosecution's going to rest. To humanize her, thank you. Yes, to humanize her. That is the right way to say it. God, sometimes normal phrases escape me.
All right, this is going to conclude court for the day. There are things that the lawyers and I need to work on, so y'all are welcome to be excused, okay? Thank you very much. Let me see y'all.
So I wonder if they're going off the record here. Yeah, Shuck It says it way more eloquently than I did. So she wasn't just a nameless victim. She had hopes and dreams. She had family. There's a loss. There's now a hole in that family. From a defendant's side, it's completely irrelevant to whether or not he committed a crime. I do feel like there has to be some sort of here. I'm going to turn off this stream. 1 second, so I can come up. I do feel like there has to be some sort of acknowledgement of the victim. I'll be quite honest. I think the way that was handled was pretty good. Definitely humanized her. Did not go overboard. It was very limited. Because we have to remember, like, it's not relevant to whether or not he committed a crime, but juries are humans, and if there is a nameless, faceless victim to every crime, it may make it easier to see reasonable doubt. Just a thought. Chuck It leads toward. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the term that I've been going with is tragic but justified. Deeply tragic but justified. And in no way her fault. That's what the folks that are argue with on Twitter, and I don't. They just don't seem to understand my perspective on is that just because it was justified, in no way means it was her fault. I think I talked about this yesterday. I'd take it as far as to say if she shot the cop, she was probably justified. It's just one of those situations that thankfully doesn't happen all the time. And with that, guys, I think I'm going to end stream. We're at, well, they get pretty short in court even without that cutout. But I'm going to jump off, see if I can get a little bit of work done and maybe further work on these broadband issues. Once again, thank you everybody for joining. Our bug John again, see if he wants to join us tomorrow. If you guys are ever in his chat, bug him, see if he wants to come by. I think it's better when him and I kind of go back and forth. But seriously, thanks everybody for being here. And I will be on at 7:30 Mountain Standard Time. That's 8:30 Central Time in Texas, and 9:30 Eastern Time tomorrow morning. Thanks so much.